Mm. work. I hate you. I hate you. Despise you with a deep, deep passion. No, just go. I'm begging you. Please. That's not what I wanted. Oh my god. It's all forever. I'm begging you. Please. Oh my god. I'm begging you. Shut. Shut. Please. No. Give me the purple. Yes. That one. Don't care. No. I Oh my god. Oh. Why? Yes. What the fuck? Yeah, me too. Okay. The fuck? So real. Yeah. Lord, this is terrible. I really just wanted to watch the fucking songs. It's oh boy, thank you. What? Fuck. Okay.
I want the barrage vote here. President Macron. Well, this is absolutely astonishing. In response to that, in an interview, he said he wants to pay off France's unvaccinated in denying them access to even more aspects of daily life. Yes, the French president's inflammatory comments came as the government seeks to punish, through parliamentary legislation, people who haven't got a vaccine. They want to make it compulsory if you're to enjoy cultural activities, to use an instant cafe from January the 15th. No longer is it possible to have a recent test to say that you're negative, to live any sort of normal life in France. masses. He did this interview with the Parisian, put online Tuesday night, and this is a direct quote from the French head of state. Animated, I really want to beat them off, and we will continue to do this to the end. This is the strategy, he said.
Yes.
Macron added this would mean, and I quote, limiting as much as possible their access to activities in social life. He even said, when my freedom threatens that of others, I become an irresponsible person. An irresponsible person is not a citizen. They are truly astonishing words. I'd say Macron is a ghastly little man. I met him, saw these big built-up shoes, didn't trust him. From that moment onwards.
Please. Please just let me take a fucking bath. Oh. Right. Tonight there's no news.
In a video earlier this week, I predicted that 5-year fixed rates were going to drop, and needless to say, I was wrong. We're going to talk about that today, and we are also going to talk about Elon Musk's predictions with respect to when the next recession will hit and what you need to do in order to prepare. And a guide on how to manage your credit. Product, it'll be price. In that order. It's never been more important to get your mortgage right. Alright, welcome back. Today we are discussing two things. First and foremost, the fact that I was wrong earlier this week when I predicted that 5-year fixed rates would go down fairly soon. And two, we're talking about Elon Musk's predictions with respect to when the next recession will be. And I want to give you a little bit of my thoughts on when we can expect the next recession to happen. But before we get into it, do me that favor, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell, please hit that like button so more people like you can see this video. And don't forget, I want to raise to 25,000 subscribers. The pace in the last week with respect to new subscribers has been huge. Thank you to all the new subscribers who have joined and those of you who have been with me for quite some time. In order to win that $5,000 that we're going to give away when we get to 25,000 subscribers, you've got to be subscribed. So go ahead and click that subscribe button. It's free, it's easy, it's definitely worth it. Share this video, tell your friends, do everything you can to help me help you by giving away that $5,000. Alright, so let's get into the video here. Let's talk about what's going on in the markets this week. Let's talk about how I was wrong with respect to interest rates and the 5-year fixed rates and where they're going to go. And let's talk about what this all means for you. Now, a lot of this today is going to talk about the U.S. economy, but it is hugely important because the U.S. economy is going to have a major impact on how quickly Canada can move its interest rates, and the moves that we're seeing in the U.S. will have a pretty big impact on how quickly the Bank of Canada can move here. So earlier this week, I made a prediction that 5-year fixed rates should come down because bond yields were at a level that they were pretty much not at since October of this year. They were lower than what they were in November and December when 5-year fixed rates were on the rise. So we expected that because bond yields were lower, that we would end up seeing lower 5-year fixed rates coming into early January. And it turns out I was wrong in my prediction. I made those predictions on Tuesday, and on Wednesday, the Federal Reserve Bank in the U.S. released their December meeting minutes, and it shed a whole bunch of light on the market and what you can expect going forward, which had a pretty big impact on bond yields. So let's start. I'm going to jump into my screen here. I'm going to show you the 5-year Canada bond yield. I'm going to show you basically what happened here over the last 5 days. On Tuesday, when I released the video with respect to interest rates, you can see that we were at about 1.39% with respect to the 5-year Canada bond yield, and as of today, we were at 1.50%. So they have gone up quite substantially in the last couple of days, and the reason for that is, again, that Federal Reserve report that the U.S. put out their December meeting minutes that are indicating that they're going to start selling bonds a lot faster than expected. Now, I'll just show you here real quickly the full 3-month chart going back to October. You can see in October we had pretty low bond yields. They went up in November, December, then they came back down on fears of Omicron, and then this Wednesday Federal Reserve report pretty much put a big spike in bond yields, and that subsequently erases my prediction that 5-year mortgage rates are going to come down. They're probably going to stay pretty similar to what they are right now, at least for the near future. And this just goes to show how quickly economics can change, how quickly predictions can change. It's the things that make surprises in the economy that have a substantial impact on the future of an economy and what it looks like in the next 3, 6, 12 months. So, pretty big thing here. And basically what happened is we had one news report, one press release that changed the forecast for the economy almost instantly. Now, to the same extent that this had a major impact on upward pressure on bond yields, something else could come along in the next week or two and have a pretty significant downward pressure on bond yields. But what I'm going to talk about a little bit is how much the increases in interest rates can have an effect on the economy, or even just the thought processes around increased interest rates can have an impact on the economy. So jumping you in here and taking a look at the headlines on the S&P 500. S&P 500 and NASDAQ fall for a fourth day on spiking rates to cap the first trading week of 2022. So basically what happened here is stock markets across North America were pretty much deflated this week. One of the worst performing weeks since 2021, February of 2021, and also one of the worst first weeks that we've had in recent history. And the reason for this is primarily around expectation with respect to interest rates, because what the Federal Reserve did was they released their December meeting minutes. Those minutes basically said that they were going to increase interest rates faster, or potentially increase interest rates faster, and that had a huge impact on the U.S. and North American stock markets. And just the thought of the fact that they could increase rates faster had that impact. So basically what we saw is the stock markets dip quite substantially. We saw a slowdown basically in the way investors were operating. That will also lead to a slowdown in the way that people are spending their money, and so on and so forth, because as the prospect of higher interest rates gets nearer and nearer and nearer, it's going to change behaviors. It's going to change investing behaviors. It's going to change spending behaviors. And what we could see happen is we could basically see increases in interest rates lead to the next recession as people start to contract their spending almost immediately as interest rates start to go up. So we aren't going to know until we see those first interest rate increases. But when we do see those first interest rate increases, it's going to be very, very, very interesting to see how the markets react. Now, I'll show you the article with respect to the Federal Reserve and their December meeting minutes. Basically, I love CNBC and how they do their articles in this way. The 4 highlights are this. They are ready to aggressively move forward if inflation and jobs reports indicate that that is necessary in the following months. One key aspect of the central bank's balance sheet was the subject of extended discussion, with policy makers pointing to a reduction in bond holdings in the coming months. So in other words, what the Federal Reserve is looking at is reducing the size of their balance sheet. That means selling bonds. Here's how bonds work. When you sell bonds, or when bonds come to market and there's more bonds for sale, that reduces the price of the bonds, and therefore the yields go up. So more bonds available with a lower price means you're going to have higher bond yields, and that's when you see interest rates start to increase. Now, in the opposite way, the reason why bond yields went down so substantially was the Bank of Canada, the Federal Reserve Bank, in basically March of 2020 started buying bonds, and that meant that they got more expensive because there was more demand for them, and therefore yields went down. So there's an inverse correlation between the price of bonds and their yields, and basically the Federal Reserve saying they're going to get rid of some of their bonds off their balance sheets means that bond yields will go up. Members also expressed concern about inflation and said the job market is nearing full employment. Jerome Powell has been very clear about this. When the market hits full employment, they're going to start increasing interest rates. So it appears that we're getting closer and closer to that. And last but not least, their fourth point here is that stocks slid following the news release while government bond yields rose, and that's what we're seeing with that 5-year Canada bond yield coming up. That is largely due to the fact that the Federal Reserve in the U.S. said that they were going to act faster with respect to rising interest rates. So really interesting seeing how things connect here, how the dots connect, and how one or two individuals in an economy, so Jerome Powell, or in the case I'm going to show you here, Elon Musk can have a pretty big effect on stocks, the economy, and everything else. And it's all to do with the psychology of the markets. Now, I do want to show you this Elon Musk tweet. It's really, really interesting. So, a guy named Christopher Mims, I'm not sure who this is, but he is verified on Twitter, so he must be somebody of some sort of importance. Wall Street Journal tech journalist by the looks of it. He basically put up a chart and it said there are 936 startups valued at more than $1 billion in the world today. What do you think the chart looks like in, say, 5 years? Elon Musk responds to this and says, if history is any guide, then many will make it past the next recession. A guy named Zach comes back and says, when do you think the next recession will be? This is where it gets really interesting. Elon Musk replies, predicting macroeconomics is challenging to say the least. That is for sure. Look at the difference between Tuesday to Friday with respect to bond markets. And he says, my gut feels maybe around spring or summer of 2022, but not later than 2023. So here is what I am going to take from this tweet that Elon Musk put out. By the way, Elon Musk's tweet had a major impact on the markets. One individual on Twitter in less than 144 characters was able to basically put a pretty big dent in the US stock market almost instantly. But here's the reality of this and what my predictions are and what my thoughts are. And you know what? This isn't so much predictions as it is just thoughts. Is if we start increasing interest rates, when we start increasing interest rates, it very well could lead to the next recession. And I think the reason why Elon Musk is predicting the next recession is because we're basically seeing all of these bubbles. And they really shouldn't be called bubbles because bubbles is just irrational purchasing of assets. I'm not necessarily sure that all of this is what it is, but everything is going up in value. And then we have a Federal Reserve and a Bank of Canada. We're very much in the position where it looks like they're going to start increasing interest rates, and those increases in interest rates could cause essentially the next recession. So I think that Elon Musk is looking at the end of 2022, early 2023, and saying, okay, that's when interest rates are going to start to go up. It's highly likely that when the Bank of Canada and the Federal Reserve start increasing interest rates, that they're going to overshoot. They're going to raise them too much. It's going to have a major impact on the psychology of the markets, and therefore we're probably going to end up starting to see interest rates come down again at some point as they try to put more stimulus into the economy to prevent the coming recession that is eventually going to happen somewhere down the road. Now, keep in mind that the pandemic caused a minor recession, and I say minor just from a time perspective and so on and so forth, but it caused a recession that otherwise wouldn't have normally happened. There's still some grounds for there to be further recessions, especially based on the number of debt levels and so on and so forth. I don't think we're out of the woods yet with respect to contracting in the economy. And I think in the next couple of years, I think Elon Musk is probably right. We probably are going to see some other form of contraction or recession in the next few years. And I think it's going to be really interesting to see what happens with respect to what you should do and how you should prepare. You know, I think having money invested right now with inflation is important. I also think having a little bit of cash left is important as well. So when and if prices on stocks and other assets start to go down, you can start to dollar cost average and buy more. And I think it's really important that you get your mortgage strategy right. Now, the big question right now is variable versus fixed. Which should you choose in 2022? I'm not going to answer that on today's video because, quite frankly, we don't have enough time. But I will be answering that on tomorrow's video. Yes, a special Saturday video for my regular viewers. And we're going to talk about variable versus fixed in 2022 and how you should go about making the decision between a fixed versus variable interest rate. And I think the answer is going to be quite surprising because, again, it's not necessarily to do with the direction of rates, but the fundamentals of the decision that you're making. So, by the way, if you're interested in that question of variable versus fixed, and if you are in the market for a mortgage in the near future, we do have our Secrets to Getting the Lowest Interest Rate course available. Once again, it is priced at a pretty huge discount because my mission is to have at least 1,000 people go through that course this year. We almost got to 1,000 last year, but we didn't quite get there, so I want to get over that 1,000 person number. That course is designed to teach you how to negotiate with a broker, negotiate with a bank, understand how much margin there is to negotiate, what sort of things you can get added into the mortgage, what other costs can get lumped into the mortgage, and so on and so forth, and basically how to make you the most informed mortgage borrower out there. By the way, we also discuss a lot the difference between discount and non-discount interest rates. That chapter alone is worth its weight in gold because it will help make sure that you don't make any sort of mistakes with respect to choosing your mortgage, especially things that can cost you $5, $10, $15, $20,000 down the road that you definitely didn't expect when you got that ultra low interest rate. So if you want that course, link in the description below, or go to ratesecrets.ca. Watch out for that video tomorrow, and make sure you're subscribed, turn your notification bells on. You'll be one of the first to see that video. And don't forget about that race to 25,000 subscribers. Again, we'll see you tomorrow on the very next video. Cheers.
Now I probably got the feminists all pissed off at me because I'm joking about rape. Feminists want to control your language. Feminists want to tell you how to talk. And they're not alone. They're not alone. I'm not picking on the feminists. They got a lot of company in this country. There's a lot of groups, a lot of institutions in this country want to control your language. Tell you what you can say and what you can't say. Government wants to tell you some things you can't say because they're against the law. Or you can't say this because it's against the regulation. Or here's something you can't say because it's a secret. You can't tell him that because he's not clear to know that. Government wants to control information and control language because that's the way you control thought. And basically that's the game they're in. Same with religion. Religion is nothing but mind control. Religion is just trying to control your mind, control your thought. So they're going to tell you some things you shouldn't say because they're sin. That's not anything you shouldn't say. Religion's going to suggest to you some things you ought to be saying. Here's something you ought to say first thing you wake up in the morning. Here's something you ought to say just before you go to sleep at night. Here's something you always say on the street next to your people after the first 4 movies or your 4 o'clock when the bells ring. Religion is always suggesting things you want to be saying. Same with political groups of all kinds. Political activists, anti-bias groups, special interest groups are going to suggest the correct political vocabulary, the way you ought to be saying things. And that's where the feminists come in. Now, as I said, I got nothing against the feminists. In fact, I happen to agree with most of the feminist philosophy I have read. I agree, for instance, that for the most part, men are vain, ignorant, greedy, brutal assholes who just about ruin this planet. Who just about ruin this planet because they're afraid someone might have a bigger dick out there somewhere. Men are basically insecure about the size of their dicks, and so they go to war over it. You don't have to be a political scientist or a history major to see the bigger dick foreign policy theory at work. It goes something like this. What? They have bigger dicks? Bomb them! And of course, the bombs and the bullets and the rockets are all shaped like dicks. I don't understand that part of it, but it is part of the equation. So I agree with that abstract, that males have pushed a technology that just about has this planet in a stranglehold. Mother Earth, raped again. Guess who? Hey, she was asking for it. I also happen to like it when feminists attack these fat-ass housewives who think there's nothing more to life than sitting home on the telephone, drinking coffee, watching TV, and pumping out a baby every 9 months. Will 7 be enough, Bob? But what's the alternative? What's the alternative to pumping out a unit every 9 months? Pointless careerism? Pointless careerism? Putting on a man-tailored suit with shoulder pads and imitating all the worst behavior of men? This is the noblest thing that women can think of? To take a job in a criminal corporation that's poisoning the environment and robbing customers out of their money? This is the worthiest thing they can think of. Isn't there something nobler they could do to be helping this planet heal? You don't hear much about that from these middle-class women. I've noticed that most of these feminists are white middle-class women. They don't give a shit about black women's problems. They don't care about Latino women. All they're interested in is their own reproductive freedom and their pocketbooks. But when it comes to changing the language, I think they make some good points. Because we do think in language. And so the quality of our thoughts and ideas can only be as good as the quality of our language. So maybe some of this patriarchal shit ought to go away. I think spokesman ought to be spokesperson. I think chairman ought to be chairperson. I think mankind ought to be humankind. But they take it too far. They take themselves too seriously. They exaggerate. They want me to call that thing in the street a personhole cover. I think that's taking it a little bit too far. What would you call a ladies' man? A person's person? That would make a he-man an it person. Little kids would be afraid of the boogie person. They'd look up in the sky and see the person in the moon. Guys would say, come back here and fight like a person, and we'd all sing for It's a Jolly Good Person. That's the kind of thing you would hear on Late Night with David Letterperson. You know what I mean? So I think it's an exaggeration, and I like to piss off any group that takes itself a little bit too seriously. And it does not take a lot of imagination to piss off a feminist. All you gotta do is run into Now Headquarters or Ms. Magazine and say, hey, which one of you cute little cupcakes wants to come home and cook me a nice meal and give me a blowjob? Blowjob! Oh, that pisses them off. You want to piss off a feminist? Call her a cum catcher. That'll get her attention. Oh, don't act disgusted. Don't act disgusted. Half of you are going to go home and go down on each other tonight, remember? If you're willing to swallow cum, let's not make believe something I said was disgusting, okay? All right. Let's not have a double standard here. One standard will do just fine. Now, speaking of blowjobs, do you know why they call it a blowjob? So it'll sound like it has kind of a work ethic attached to it. Make you feel like you did something useful for the economy.
I quit school in 9th grade. I graded marks. I was a smart kid, but I didn't care. They weren't teaching what I want. I didn't give a. It's important in life. If you don't give it, it can help you a lot.
I'm an entertainer, first and foremost, but there's art involved here, and an artist has an obligation to be en route, to be going somewhere. There's a journey involved.
The verge of failure that we're on is because two wonderful qualities that made us a successful species, cooperation and competition, are way out of balance. We decided to quit radio because we'll go to Hollywood and become stars.
He was an American comedian, actor, social critic, and author. He's widely regarded as one of the most important and influential stand-up comedians of all time. He was known for his black comedy and his thoughts on psychology, politics, religion, and various taboo subjects. He's George Carlin, and here's my take on his top 10 rules for success. Rule number 1 is my personal favorite, and I'm curious to figure out which one you guys like the best. Also, as George is talking, if he says something really meaningful to you, really moving or inspiring, try to copy and paste it into the comments below and put quotes around it so other people can be inspired as well.
I was a victim of my own success, and I did some Ed Sullivans I hate. On those Ed Sullivan shows, I began to realize, not just there, everywhere, all these shows, I didn't fit. And here's what I was missing. I was missing who I was. I began with a dream of being PK, which is a very mainstream dream. It's very middle America. It's a people pleaser job. And I dreamed a path that was traditional. Comedian, disc jockey, comedian, actor, big success. A mainstream dream. Meanwhile, what I really was an outlaw and a rebel because I had lived in that kind of life. I got kicked out of 3 different schools. I got kicked out of the Air Force. I got kicked out of the choir. I got kicked out of the altar boys. I got kicked out of summer camp. I got kicked out of the Boy Scouts. And I quit school in 9th grade. I had great marks. I was a smart kid, but I didn't care. They didn't want to teach me what I want. I didn't give a shit. It's important in life if you don't give it, and it can help you a lot. So I didn't give a shit. And I was a pot smoker when I was 13. We broke the law, we broke into cars, we broke into offices, we broke into Columbia University, we broke into stores. We did all sorts of unlawful things. And I was that kind of person. I was one who swam against the tide of what is expected and what the establishment wants from us. But I didn't know that about myself because this dream blinded me. This dream was about America, about the path that we all follow, the middle of the road, middle class America, mainstream will dream. And meanwhile, I'm sitting there like this, those people. Look at this stupid shit. No, I don't want to be in the bunny number. Can I get out of the bunny number, please? I don't want to put on that uniform, and I didn't know this dissonance was inside me. And in the period this is happening, all through the 60s, the counterculture was forming. The free speech movement started in Berkeley. The hippies were growing into a force. And peace, love, power, flower power, pot smoking, anti-authority. See, bing, 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 anti-authority. Throw over the establishment. Burn down the math building. Wow. Ding, 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 ding. So I gravitated toward that because I was that person, really. And the people I hung around with were that way. The musicians I knew in the late 50s had gone through that transition. Suddenly they looked different, and their music changed. And I'm listening to people like Buffalo Springfield. I'm listening to Bob Dylan. I'm listening to these people, and I realize these artists are using their talent to project their feelings and ideas, not just please people. And I suddenly was able to see my place and to realize I was in the wrong place. You see, in 1967, the summer of love, the peak of the hippie movement, I was 30. I was entertaining people in nightclubs who were 40, and they were at war with their kids who were 20. It was a generation war. I was in the middle of it. I was 30, 20, 40. And I'm going, I said, what the fuck am I doing over here? These are the people that will at least understand me and give me a chance. So it took 2 years. I didn't go to the mountain and come back different. I didn't do a Bobby Darin. I didn't do a whatever, those people who just go in, they're back new suddenly. I took 2 years to change, and it happened on television. So I had denied that part of myself, and finally it came into full flower, and I never became a really big success until that. I probably had 200 television appearances by that time, and I still wasn't realized as a writer, as a comedian. By that I mean I hadn't let myself grow into that, and I found out later I'm more than just a comedian. This was a turning point in my life, and it's one that people should know about. When I was a young boy, I was a mimic, and I could imitate people in the neighborhood, authority figures, teachers, shop owners, other parents, cops on the beat, and people on television. I could do little imitations. They were largely imitations of other people doing imitations. That's how you learn to do Jimmy Cagney. You see another guy do it on stage, and you say, oh, okay, and you copy him. It's easier because they point out the highlights of speech, but neighborhood stuff. I was kind of the class clown in school, and then after school, I was kind of like the neighborhood wise guy, one of the neighborhood wise guys on the street corner, and I would gather a little audience because I would put together little routines. I had little parodies that I did. I lifted things. everyone steals from comedians when they're starting. So I would steal imitations in Humphrey Bogart and Jimmy Cagney and Peter Lorre, and I would do fake commercials that I had heard or read in Mad. Well, Mad Comics came along a little bit later. There was another magazine called Thousand Jokes. And I put together little routines, and they would say, Georgie, hey, Georgie, do that thing about such and I would stand up and do it, and it would come out differently each time. And I developed this ability to stand up in front of a group of people and get their attention and get their approval. That was important to me, apparently. But as a little kid, and I'd go to my mother's office, and she'd say, imitate Mae West, do the imitations. And I would do the imitations for the ladies in her office, and they would laugh. And I noticed, I don't remember noticing this per se, but I must have noticed that this got me the attention of adults. Because don't forget, I was alone in that house most of the day. When I wasn't in school, I came home and I was alone. I got the attention of these adults, and I got their approval. Through their laughter, they were more or less saying, good boy, George, good going, way to go. Yes, he's good. He's cute. Ain't I cute? Ain't I clever? That's what this job is. So as a youngster, I wanted to be a comedian. I was probably only 8 or 9 or 10 years old when I began to form an idea that I wanted to be in the movies like Danny Kaye and like Red Skelton. And I called that being an actor, but it was actually being a comedian. And pretty soon I found out the word comedian, and I wanted to be a comedian. And when I graduated from 8th grade, the last thing I graduated from, by the way, my mother asked me what I wanted, and one of the brothers at school, Brother Conrad, had told us that he can get a clergyman's discount on cameras. So I asked him if he could get a clergyman's discount on tape recorders. Now, this was 5 years after the Second World War. Tape recorders had come out as consumer items, but they were as big as a small Buick. They were large. They were like this big, and you had to buy them in a showroom up above the street. They weren't on sale in stores. I bought this big Webcor, long story, and I'm keeping it long. That I used it to do voices and do little sketches and skits and fake radio shows and fake newscasts and commercials. And I used it to more or less train myself for the thing I wanted to do. My mother was very progressive to have bought me that as a graduation present. I mean, she was a far thinker to see that in me and go ahead and foster that and reward that. Even though she didn't want me to follow it, but she knew it was a healthy thing for me to be doing.
Why do you still care enough to keep? You're at a point in your life where you could go back, you could do your month in Vegas, and Florence Henderson could open up, and you could go and get a couple of balls and then some pinball. Why do you still care so much?
Well, I'm not comparing myself to any of these people, believe me. But you wouldn't say to Picasso, when you gotta put those brushes down, get rid of the canvas, you've done it. I'm an entertainer, first and foremost, but there's art involved here, and an artist has an obligation to be en route, to be going somewhere. There's a journey involved here, and you don't know where it is, and that's the fun. So you're always going to be seeking and looking and going and trying to challenge yourself. So without sitting around thinking of that a lot, it drives you and it keeps you trying to be fresh, trying to be new, trying to call on yourself a little more. Write everything down. You have to write. You have to write all your ideas down and classify them. My first boss, when I was 18, told me that. He said, find a folder, put your ideas on paper. Any idea you don't think you can use it now, if it seems useful, put it down on paper, and then classify it. Those good ideas don't mean anything unless you can find them again. Yeah, you can't go through a pile of papers 10 years old and put notes. You have to, now you can use a computer. Before that, I had index cards and things. You have to be able to find race, religion, business, government, politics, men and women, sex, and then those categories, you break them down into categories. So organize yourself.
I think being on this planet, one of the first things people would say, if we were all dropped down here, let us say there were only 10 of us, right? And we were dropped into this planet already formed. One of the first things we would say, after a moment or two, would be, is everybody okay? Let's get something to eat. And that should be the first thing any society says. Is everybody okay? Let's get something to eat. And we don't, because we have this private property thing. Property. property rights over people's rights. And I just think that the competition got the upper hand over cooperation. This species was successful.
And that's part of the American experiment.
No, that's part of the human species. The verge of failure that we're on is because two wonderful qualities that made us a successful species, cooperation and competition, are way out of balance. Now, competition is everything. Cooperation happens after a flood. Happens for a few days, and everybody goes back to Florida. That's right. And we need to get that balance back. If we can get that balance back, there's hope.
You've always been a planner.
Yeah,
You had this optimistic
plans.
this optimistic attitude that if you planned it well enough and you meant well, it's going to happen. You believe that?
Well, I would only plan things I felt, that obviously that I wanted and thought I was qualified for. But this is the good example. This career planning when I was a kid, I said, well, first I'll be. Let's see, I wanted to be an actor. I called it actor because I saw them in the movies and I knew they were movie actors. So Danny Kaye and these guys, I thought actor. Okay, so first I'll be a stand-up comedian. And don't forget, when I was a kid, the only place stand-up comedians were in those nightclubs, those kind of really more or less sophisticated places where you saw in the movies, and people danced and there was a singer and I was a comic, and I never got into those places. I was too young, and it wasn't in my world. So I knew about comedians from radio and from television later, but movies when I was a youngster. So I aimed at that, and I thought, well, the way to get there would be to first get into radio. That would be my first move, because then I could practice using my voice and I could learn to speak and do a lot of these things without an audience directly in front of me, which is the usual thing in radio. They're not sitting in the studio, and therefore I wouldn't be as nervous or afraid, and I could kind of build up my confidence, and then I could become a stand-up comedian, because by then there were further venues for comedians. I thought, then I can be a stand-up comedian, and then I can go, and if I'm really good at that, then they have to let me in the movies. And that was the way I looked at it. They had to let me in the movies. And that was the plan, and it became more sophisticated as I went through 13, 14, 15 years and started to actually think of ways to go about it. Don't take no for an answer. If it's not working well that night, it's not you, it's the audience. Blame it on the audience. Because if it worked on Friday night, it ought to work on Saturday. And if it doesn't, it's their fault. It's oversimple, but you know what? It works as a formula. Just go on and do the Sunday night show and forget Saturday night. Keep kicking them in the nuts. You gotta have luck in this world. Part of it's your genetic makeup, that's luck. And then what you do with it is also partly genetic. Because hard work is genetic. The desire to do hard work, the willingness to work hard and be determined and not be turned aside, that's all genetic too. It can be altered and a little reinforced. But some of the people who had so much edgy promise, they died young. I mean, Lenny Bruce, Sam Kinison, Andy Kaufman in his way, Freddie Prinze, John Belushi, Bill Hicks. And it's just, I don't know, of course, Bill had a natural disorder of his own, and I think so did Andy, but it's not always behavior, but sometimes it's just genetic. But it's just that I think there's a degree of luck and intellect involved in giving up things that hurt you. The drug and alcohol thing, it seems to me, comes down to this. Drugs and these things are wonderful. They're wonderful when you try them first. They're not around for all these millennia for no reason. First time, mostly pleasure, very little pain, maybe a hangover. And as you increase and keep using whatever it is, the pleasure part decreases and the pain part, the price you pay, increases until the balance is completely the other way and it's almost all pain and there's hardly any pleasure. At that point, you would hope. Then the intellect says, oh, this doesn't work anymore. I'm going to die and I'll do something. But you need people around you who can help you. And you need something to live for. You have to have something to look forward to bring you out of it. Because there are a lot of people who don't have a lot to live for, and they're sort of stuck inside. I was out of a job for a while, and then I got called down to Fort Worth, where another guy from radio in Shreveport had moved on, a sales director, and he wanted me for their station in Fort Worth, so he brought me down there. So number one station, I got the homework shift, 7 to midnight. Answered my own phones, took all my own requests and dedications, and suddenly one day Jack Burns showed up from Boston. He says, I'm going out to give Hollywood one last chance at me. That was his attitude, which is the way to look at things. And his tires were bald, so luckily a news job had opened that day, and he got that job, and he was my nighttime newsman. And you know the rest. We went down to an after-hours comedy joint, which was really a coffee house called The Cellar in Fort Worth. And we did impromptu sketches every night, impromptu skits and two-man stuff. And it was so successful, we left radio. We said, screw this. You know, we had great jobs. We were making like $300, $400 a week. It's 1960, and we're in Fort Worth, a good market. And we could have gone on from there, but we decided to quit radio because we'll go to Hollywood and become stars. Because we have this filthy act that we did. Filthy. It was just, and in those days, filthy comedy didn't have a market for it at all. And there we were, how naive, but how wonderful when you're in that age period, to just get in my newly bought Dodge Dart Pioneer with the tinted windows and the AM/FM radio, and drive to Los Angeles on spec. You know, on speculation, we had about $300, and we got lucky out there. I got lucky every time I turned around.
Well, when you were out there, you got a job at a club.
Yeah, what happened was this. First, we went out there and we were looking to see how we could get into show business. We knew we had this act we had written in the daytime. We'd write stuff and learn. It was terrible. So, we would go to places and look at other people, and we would hang around Dino's on the Strip and figure Frank Sinatra might come in. We hung around the Brown Derby one night, and Rock Hudson came floating through. And you know, we were just using up our money. And one day we went back to the apartment, and the rest of our money had been stolen out of a sock drawer. Good hiding place, George. And we had no money. So we thought, well, gee, we hadn't counted on that. And we had vowed not to work, just to go straight into show business. We didn't want jobs, none of that bellhop stuff, none of that car hop, none of that stuff. We won't go into radio out there. But what happened was the only thing we knew was radio. And the only thing we really felt we deserved was radio. The second biggest market in the country. I mean, it was sheer lunacy to expect to just get into that market. But we went around. We went first to KFWB, number one in the market, top 40 station. And we didn't have tapes or anything. They didn't want us, you know. So we're walking along. We see this radio station, KDAY. Right near Hollywood and Vine. It's actually Selma and Vine, in between Sunset and Vine and Hollywood and Vine. We walked in there, and that's where my star on the walk is now, out in Hollywood. I had them put it out front of that radio station. It's kind of nice. We went in there, and they were looking for a morning comedy team. I mean, it's just all luck, you know? You just get lucky and you're on a roll. They were looking for guys like us. We did a tape for them. They loved us. They called us the Wright Brothers. Instead of by our real names, they called us the Wright Brothers. But it did a big publicity campaign, ads in Variety, full-color ads and everything, and put us on the air. And here we are on the air about months. It would only have been about 2 months after we got there. And it was just sheer madness, you know.
That wasn't good enough for you.
No. What we did was still work on the act. We're going to work on the act because this is only a stepping stone, you know. And now we're making about $500 a week each, you know. That's good, and we're great. But we're practicing this act after hours. This was also a daytime station, by the way. Even though it was a 50,000 water and had a big signal out on the West Coast, it was a daytimer. And we went off the air at sundown, and in the studio, we would work on these routines. We were getting serious now. And nearby, about 2 blocks away, was a coffee house. That was the way for us to get in. They were now coffee houses. It was the era of the beatniks. And coffee houses liked offbeat entertainment. And we knew we could get in there and do our stuff for the owner maybe and get a shot. Just get a hootenanny shot. Get a single shot, you know. And we went over there, and he liked us, and he hired us for 2 weeks. And we're still rehearsing our act, and a guy came walking through the studio because it was an office building, and you could see the studios on your left, and there were little offices here. He was a song plugger. He was a guy who used to do PR for songwriters and stuff and record labels. And he saw us, and he used to be the road manager for Rowan and Martin. And he says, I think you guys can make it, you know? So we gave him, he became our manager. We went in this little coffee house. They held us over for 6 weeks. Lenny Bruce came in and saw us. Mort Saul came in and saw us. And based on that, Lenny Bruce, we got a contract with GAC, one of the biggest agencies in the country. They had New York offices, Chicago, and Beverly Hills offices. And we got into nightclubs where we quit radio again. We quit. We said, sorry about that. We got something to do. And we went on and began a career that worked out very well. 2 years together. We were on the Tonight Show with Jack Parr that October. We drove out of Shreveport in March. We drove out of Shreveport in March, and that October we were on NBC television at night of the biggest show for a comedian. It's just stupid, you know.
By the way, speaking of American values, aren't we about due to start bombing some small country that only has a marginally effective air force? It seems to me like we're a couple of weeks overdue to drop high explosives on helpless civilians. People who have no argument with us whatsoever. I think we ought to be out there doing what we do best, gang, making big holes in other people's countries. I hate to be repetitious, but God, we are a warlike lot, you know? We can't stand not to be with somebody. We couldn't wait for that Cold War to be over, could we? Just couldn't wait for that Cold War to be over so we could go play with our toys in the sand. Go play with our toys in the sand. And when we're not invading some sovereign nation or setting it on fire from the air, which is more fun, then we're usually declaring war on something here at home. Do you ever notice that? We love to do that, don't we? We love to declare war on things here in America. Anything we don't like about ourselves, we have to declare war on it. Don't do anything about it. We just declare war on it. We got a war. It's the only metaphor we have in our public discourse for solving a problem. It's called declaring a war. We got a war on poverty, war on crime, war on litter, war on cancer, the war on drugs. But you ever notice there's no war on homelessness, is there? No war on homelessness. You know why? There's no money in that problem. There's no money in that problem. Nobody stands. It's true. Nobody stands to get rich off of that problem. You can find a solution to homelessness where the corporate swine and the politicians could steal a couple $1 million each. You'd see the streets of America begin to clear up pretty goddamn quick. I'll guarantee you that. I will guarantee you that. So, I got an idea for homeless. You know what you ought to do? You know what you ought to do? Give the homeless their own magazine. Give them their own magazine. It'll make them feel better for one thing. That's a sure sign of making it in this country. Every group in this country that makes it and arrives at a certain level has its own magazine. You have Working Mother magazine, Black Entrepreneur magazine, Hispanic Business magazine. In fact, any activity engaged in by more than 4 people in this country has got a magazine devoted to it. Skydiving, mountain climbing, snowmobiling, backpacking, bungee jumping, duck hunting, shooting someone in the asshole with a dart gun. Well, they probably have a magazine for that. I know they have a magazine. Walking! There's actually a magazine called Walking. Look, Dan, the new Walking is out. Here's a good article, putting one foot in front of the other. Get your own magazine. Give the homeless their own magazine. You know what you call it? Better Crates and Cartons. Then when they get finished reading it, they can use it to line their clothing. That's a good sound business solution. That's the kind of answer you get from a conservative American businessman. So yeah, let them read it. When they get finished reading, they can use it to plug up the holes in the piano crates they all seem to like to live in. A good sound, practical, conservative American business solution. I'll tell you what to do about homelessness. First thing, change the name of it. Change the name of the condition. It's not homelessness, it's houselessness. It's houses these people need. A home is an abstract idea. A home is a setting. It's a state of mind. These people need houses, physical, tangible structures. But where are you going to put them? Where are you going to build them? Nobody Everybody wants you to build low-cost housing near their house. People don't want it near them. We got something in this country, you've heard of it, called NIMBY, N-I-M-B-Y. Not in my backyard. People don't want any kind of social help located anywhere near them. You try to open up a halfway house, try to open up a rehab center for drugs or alcohol, try to build a little home for some retarded people who want to work their way into the community. People say, not in my backyard. People don't want anything near them, especially if it might help somebody else. Part of the great American spirit of generosity we're always told about. Generous American nation. Ask an Indian about that. Ask an Indian how generous this country is. If you can find one, you gotta locate the Indian first, which is just a little difficult to find. Or if you need current data, select the black family at random and ask them how generous this country has been. People don't want anything near them. If it's something they believe in, something they think society needs, like prisons. Everybody wants that, right? Everybody wants more prisons. That's the new answer to all of our problems. Lock a lot of up. Everybody wants more prisons. They say, build more prisons! But not here. Well, why not? What's wrong? What's the problem? What's wrong with having a prison in your neighborhood? It seems to me like it would make it a pretty crime-free area, don't you think? You think a lot of crackheads and muggers and pimps and hookers are going to hang around in front of a prison? Well, they ain't coming anywhere near it. What's wrong with these people? All the criminals are locked up behind the walls. If a couple of them do break out, what do you think they're going to do? Hang around? Check real estate trends? Well, yeah! That's the whole idea of breaking out of prison, is to get the as far away as you possibly can. Right in my backyard. People don't want anything near them. Except military bases. They don't mind that, do they? No, they like that. If an army base makes them happy, why? Jobs. Jobs. Self-interest. Even if the base is loaded with nuclear weapons, they don't give a They say, well, I'll take it to radiation if I can get a job. Working people have been f***ed over so long in this country, those are the kind of decisions they're left to make. I got just a place for low-cost housing. I have solved this problem. I know where we can build housing for the homeless. Golf courses. Perfect. Golf courses. Just what you need. Plenty of good land in nice neighborhoods. Land that is currently being wasted on a meaningless, mindless activity engaged in primarily by white, well-to-do male businessmen who use the game to get together to make deals to carve this country up a little finer among themselves. I am getting tired. I am getting tired of these golfing in their green pants, and their yellow pants, and their orange pants, and their precious little hats, and their cute little golf carts. It is time to reclaim the golf courses from the wealthy and turn them over to the homeless. Golf is an arrogant, elitist game, and it takes up entirely too much food in this country. Too much in this country. It is. It's an arrogant game on its very design alone. Just the design of the game speaks of arrogance. Think of how big a golf course is. The ball is that big. What do these pinheaded pricks need with all that land? There are over 17,000 golf courses in America. They average over 150 acres apiece. That's over 3 million acres. That's 4,820 square miles. You could build 2 Rhode Islands and a Delaware for the homeless on the land currently devoted to this meaningless, mindless, arrogant, elitist, racist. There's another thing. The only black shoe you find in country clubs are carrying trays. And the boring for boring people. Do you ever watch golf on television? It's like watching flies. And a mindless game. Mindless. Think of the intellect. Think of the intellect it must take to draw pleasure from this activity. Hitting a ball with a crooked stick. And walking after it. And then hitting it again. I said, pick it up, asshole. You're lucky you found the thing. Put it in your pocket and go the home. Go the home. You're a winner. No chance of that happening. Dorco in the plaid knickers is going to hit it again and walk them on. Let these rich play miniature golf. Let them go to windmill for an hour and a half or so. See if there's any real skill among them. I know there are some people who play golf who don't consider themselves rich. And shame on them for engaging in an arrogant, elitist pastime. Hey, here's another place we could put some low-cost housing. Cemeteries. There's another idea whose time has passed. Saving all the dead people in one part of town? What the hell kind of a superstitious, religious, medieval bullshit idea is that? Plow these up, plow them into the streams and rivers of America. We need that phosphorus for farming. If we're going to recycle, let's get serious.
Thank you guys so much for watching. I made this video because H. Goodfella asked me to. So if there's a famous entrepreneur that you want me to profile next, leave it down in the comments below and I'll see what I can do. I'd also love to know what of George Carlin's had the biggest impact on you and why, which rule resonated the most with you. Leave it in the comments and I will join in the discussion. Finally, I want to give a quick shout out to Yusuf Nanderi. Thank you so much for picking up a copy of my book. It really, really, really means a lot to me. For those of you watching, if you want a chance at a shout out in your future video, make sure to pick up a copy of the book and email in your receipts so we can keep track. Thank you guys so much for watching. Continue to believe, or whatever your one word is, and I'll see you soon.
Former captain of the Bronx High School Science Wrestling Team, and is the author of the book that we're honoring tonight, Death by Black Hole and Other Cosmic Quandaries. Now, paperback by North Press. So if you're wondering what a cosmic quandary is, before Neil comes in, I'll pose you three pseudo-cosmic quandaries. What is the highest spot on Earth? And the answer is not Mount Everest. A scoop of which planet, if you scoop a piece of it, will float into your bathtub. Why is the statue of Atlas carrying the world on Fifth Avenue across from St. Patrick's Cathedral, Barclay Center, that Atlas, why is that statue suddenly more accurate than it used to be? To answer these quandaries and those other more profound questions, let's welcome Bronx boy, Dr. Neil deGrasse Tyson. The highest spot on Earth is not Mount Everest, your book says. It's something else. What is it?
First, it's true not because my book says it, but simply because it's true. I just want to clarify that. No, I mean, Earth, to the astrophysicist, we don't really care much about sea level. You want to be high, you're measuring your distance from the center of the Earth.
From the very center.
Is that different from the center?
I'm trying to figure out
the very center of the Earth. I don't know how many centers you know of. Okay, the very center of the Earth.
The really very, very center.
Yes. So you want to find the farthest point from that center. And it turns out sea level at the equator is farther away from the center of the Earth than sea level near the poles. It has nothing to do with global warming and melting of the ice caps.
Why is that?
Because Earth, we know it spins. Once, yes, thank you. 3 people know the one day last year.
Good for row number 2. They're off to a great start.
So you spin, when you spin pizza dough, it kind of flattens out. It gets wider in the middle. So Earth, throughout its life, even when it was spinning, it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate. And officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than it would be.
Chubbier.
A little chubbier. Chubby is a good word. It's like pear-shaped. So, it turns out the pear-shapedness is bigger than the height of Mount Everest above sea level.
How much higher is the tall mountain that you identified, which name I forget, probably you do too, in Peru or is it Ecuador?
Ecuador.
How much higher, if you were on top of this mountain in Ecuador, how much higher than the Mount Everest would you be?
There's a 20,000
which is right. Ecuador is like the equator, hence Ecuador.
Oh, you're just not giving up.
And that mountain is actually, the summit of that mountain is 1 1/3 miles higher away from Earth's center than the summit of Mount Everest.
Okay, question number 2.
But you gotta know, let me just so you understand. We've been fed a lie our entire life. We've been
It's
fed.
a point of view thing, I think.
Earth has been misrepresented to us by geologists. Because the globes that you buy, that you rub your fingers over and you feel the Himalayas and you feel the Rocky Mountains. No, okay? These mountains are puny compared to the size of the Earth. You would not know they were there. If you were truly that size, some big cosmic giant lumbering through space, coming upon the Earth, rubbing your hand on it, the depth of your what do you call it? The fingerprint mark. The depth of that would be greater than the entire range of distance from the Marianas Trench in the bottom of the Pacific to the top of Mount Everest. Therefore, you would close your eyes, rub your finger, you would not know whether you were on ocean, valley, mountain, or hill.
Wait, let me wet or dry.
But by how much wet? How? No. Yes. You wouldn't even notice it. Do I gotta dry my hand? The depth of the ocean doesn't measure up to the depth of your fingerprint. That's my point. So we've been fed this misrepresentation of our own planet on the belief that in fact we have real surface features, but cosmically speaking, we're practically imperfect.
Read all that.
I'm not disappointed people there. I'm just letting you know.
I don't know.
This is like the planet you live on. Just so you know, how pear-shaped are it's like a dozen, 20 miles. It's in the teens. It's not that much. But Mount Everest is only 6 miles above sea level. And Marianas Trench is 5 miles down. So the distance from the bottom of the lowest point on Earth's crust to the highest point is less than the length of Manhattan. Less. It's not. The height of Mount Everest is 6 miles. That's 10 kilometers. People just run that. The problem is that's straight up. It's up, of course, but it's not as far as you think. To put that in perspective.
A scoop of...
Wait, is that the biggest quandary you can get?
Well, no, it's one
You
of
got
the
people getting ripped apart. You're asking me about...
I'll get to the rip apart. I thought I'd start listening to scale up. A scoop of which planet, if you scooped up a piece of it, would float in your bathtub?
In case you didn't know, we happen to live on a dense planet, Earth. Okay? I was referring to the material, not the brain power of...
Except for Roten.
We live on Earth. It's dense, and so too is Venus and Mars and Mercury. We're rocky planets. Then you go beyond the asteroid belt, you get the big bulbous gas giants. They're all very low density. Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Among them, Saturn is by far the least dense. In fact, it is less dense than water. And anytime you have those conditions going for you, you will float in a bathtub. In fact, when I was a kid, I knew this, like when I was 10 years old, and I wanted, instead of a rubber ducky, I wanted a rubber Saturn that I could play with. And people just thought I was weird.
Why is the statue of Atlas carrying the rope on Fifth Avenue suddenly up to date?
That's great. Atlas, Atlas. Plus, I think he's carrying the universe, not just the universe. And in the old days, it was the known universe. I mean, he was carrying not just Earth, the whole world, capital W, right? That statue was designed in the 1920s. It actually wasn't put together until the 30s, but designed in the 1920s. And the way the sculptor represented the universe was on the yoke of Atlas's back. He put the symbols of the planets. And so he's got Mercury, this is a symbol for Mercury, Venus, Earth, a little symbol for the moon sitting next to it, it's kind of cute. Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. Okay? Atlas is Pluto-less. He's Pluto-free because it was designed before 1930 when Pluto was discovered. And then Pluto got discovered, but he's already kind of put together. And so he was missing the planet for 65 years until we came along and asserted that he's right on cue again. And I hear some Pluto lovers out there. Look, I was just in Disney World and like I told Pluto, I got like VIP to come in the back and Pluto's there. You know, and I whispered in his ear like that I had something to do with this. He looked real sad. They should have brought the picture.
Was there a relationship, by the way, but did Pluto get the name in part? Because I think probably the cartoon character came to be roughly around the same time.
No, exactly the same. Pluto the dog, which in case this is the Upper East Side, I don't know if it's Disney, you know, but Pluto the dog is...
Go to, actually.
The dog is Mickey's dog. Mickey Mouse's dog. His name Pluto. And I've always wondered, of course, like, what does that mean? Like, why is Pluto Mickey's dog and Mickey is not Pluto's mouse? I've always been troubled by that. But then I had to get to the bottom of that, and then I learned.
There's an answer.
I called top people at Disney.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Here's how you can become the pet of another animal. The rule is, if you don't wear clothes, you can be a pet. And Pluto runs around butt naked. Where's Mickey? Where's the bow tie? So Mickey talks, Pluto barks. That's how that works. Occasionally.
And there is also this thing. Mickey never seems to. He has only wearing gloves. I mean, apparently, if Mickey has nails, we're never allowed to see them. I throw that in.
That would be true, but would they be claws though?
Or claws. But he's got white gloves. He's like dressed for high tea.
Right, with 3 fingers on it.
Yeah. All right. Well,
we've cleared that
big
up.
ones.
But where were we going with that?
Well, I don't know. I'm going to try and take it some direction or other. The book's introduction says that there was once a time when physicists, and really important physicists, felt that all the big problems of physics had been kind of figured out. You then comment in the introduction, but our species is dumber than we normally admit to ourselves. And you list a bunch of what you consider really interesting unanswered questions. So let me just take you through some of these. Because they're your questions, or they're everyone's questions. The first one is, how did the universe begin? What started? You have nothing, and then you have something. Or like King Lear said, nothing comes from nothing. So how do you? Let's start with how do you get from nothing to something?
We have no idea. Next question.
Yeah.
We got top people working on that. Okay.
And they all have pets, butt naked pets.
Actually, it's not that we have no idea. We have some rather interesting ideas, and they're all traceable to the concept of the multiverse, where we, in our friendly universe with known laws of physics, are just one bubble of many bubbles that would come in and out of existence in this sort of meta system of multiverses. And if that's the case, then we can definitely point to a beginning of our universe because there's some other structure that's there pumping them out, pulling them back. But that just simply shifts the question to how did the multiverse get here?
That doesn't seem like that's sort of a turtle all the way down.
Yeah, in principle it could be, unless the multiverse was always there. And I know that's philosophically unpleasant, but if you're exploring open-minded to what is possible in the universe, quantum mechanics looked really weird to us in the 1900s, the early 1900s. Just because it looks weird doesn't mean it can't be true.
So does that mean that what we think of as nothing is actually more than nothing? So
yeah, there are levels of nothing. For example, if you go out into space, where there's no air, we call that nothing. But now sort of leave the universe where there's not even space. That would not even be nothing. If space is nothing, then you don't have space. What else are you going to say? It's not even nothing. Or rather, we have yet to come up with a word for it because we don't understand enough about it to name it.
What about the idea somehow that something pops into existence? Okay, so
he's going to ask all these questions about which we have no answer. Yes, that's part of the book, but there's a lot of other kind of known stuff in the book too. Right? You don't have to just be depressed that we don't know what's going on.
That's not clarify. This is a subset of the question. So let me skip over the part we don't know. We now look at the stuff that pops up. So it's something called matter. But you do describe that for everything that we observe, every proton, every neutron, every electron, there seems to be a equal and opposite thing carrying an opposite charge. So for the sake of vanity, I guess we call it antimatter. But the question, and what they essentially annihilate each other. They're not even essentially. It's just annihilate. So how no modifier necessary. But still we're here. So if every electron in you, every neutron in you, and every proton in you has an equal and opposite and antagonistic opposite, why aren't you popped out of existence before you even start? Because in fact, not all matter particles have opposites in this universe. Isn't that a mystery? Yes, it is. One of the most interesting aspects of the early universe. And if I may give some background on that, 14 billion years ago, if you want to be 3 decimals precise, 13.7 billion years ago, the universe was much smaller, much denser, much hotter. So hot that matter and energy formed this soup of interplay. Right now, you take it for granted that we sit here and you're not going to pop into a ball of energy and dissipate into space. We kind of expect that is not going to happen quite that way to you. And so why? Because we don't live in an environment for which that's an everyday occurrence. But there are environments in the universe where that happens all the time. Like, for example, the center of a star, at the origins of the universe. In fact, if we were immersed in those environments and did not otherwise vaporize, it would be a very natural thing to watch particles pop into existence out of nothing, but it's actually energy. And watch particles come back together and make energy again. That's a very natural thing. Exotic to us, requiring an Einstein to have figured out. But under some conditions, it's just everything. So you go back in time and you say, here is this ball. And as the universe cools, the energy spontaneously becomes matter. Now, if you're hot enough, that is a true. Matter becomes energy, energy becomes matter. But as the universe expands and cools, you reach a point where the pool of energy is no longer high enough to make particles. Okay. Well, if that's the case, all matter and antimatter would come back together, annihilate, make a beam of light, and all we have is the entire universe. But that's not the universe we live in. The universe we live in has an imbalance of matter and antimatter. In fact, for every 100 million matter antimatter particle pairs, there was one surplus matter particle without accounting. And it's a big, mysterious asymmetry. We don't know what caused that asymmetry. We have some ideas, but we don't know for sure. But there's an asymmetry in all stars, galaxies, planets, gas clouds, everything that we thought of as a thing is made out of that 1 in 100 million particles is not an item. And everything else is just light. That light we see in part as the cosmic microwave background. You know, it's like, you got what? Or there's 100 million other universes where different laws of physics unfold. We can only be having this conversation in a universe for which that's true. Which then doesn't make us lucky, it just makes it sort of reality of life. I'll give you an example. Try this experiment. And I encourage you, yes, do this at home. Yeah? Okay. Take the coin. Actually, it's a bit hard to do. It's not dangerous. Get 1,000 people, line them up. They get 1,000 coins. Identical coins. Have them flip. Whoever gets tails have to sit down. That'd be about half. So 500 people sit. The rest do it. Flip. 250 people sit down. The rest flip. 120 sit down. The rest flip. 60 sit down. Well, 30 sit down. 15 sit down. 8 sit down. 2 sit down. 2 people left. They flip the coin. One gets tails, one gets the head. One person is left. Okay? Then they win the prize. They ask that person, what do they have to do to win that prize? They have to flip a coin 10 consecutive numbers. almost every time you do that experiment, somebody's going to flip a coin. Now, our human brains are not equipped, not trained to understand statistics. So you know that all the cameras go. You say, well, how do you feel about this? You know, the person saying, you know, I knew I was going to win about halfway through. I had those edge vibes. You know, I woke up this morning and I knew I'd be lucky. Now, of course, did I interview other people who felt the same way but lost? Okay, did I interview because they didn't win the prize? And so the idea that you were chosen among others, it's humans to suggest that the whole thing was special just for you. And so I'm here to appeal to your sensibility that whatever is true in the universe, the history of our discovery tells us that you're just simply not special. And if you ever come to an idea that says we're special, we're lucky, pause for a moment and look at the history of those thoughts and how long they have been. And then step right into it. Okay. Let's face so many journalists out there. The next time a person wins the lottery, go interview the people who didn't win and find out what lucky numbers they played. Okay? What happened just before the big bet? Ask that. I said we have and let me just follow that up. What is wrong with the original pool? Time to start. No, there's nothing wrong. We just don't have any data. I don't mind going into negative time. I have no problem with that. I don't mind resetting where the 0 point in time is. Just where you put the 0 is arbitrary, as it continues to be this day with calendar. We use a Christian calendar that's related to Jesus. Well, they've got one related to Muhammad, and the Chinese have one, and I forgot who they dated that, but Jews have. Everybody's got a calendar with their starting point. And so the starting point is just where you want to put it. And so right now, a good starting point is the Big Bang. We don't know how to put it earlier than that. But if the day comes where a whole new kind of understanding of the universe reveals something before that, I don't have any problem pushing the 0 point back or just counting into negative zero. No problem, but is it something that we can one day look forward to finding the answer to? Or do you think that there is some kind of barrier between the word before and the answer? I am undaunted by the limitations of words. Just because we date the beginning of time in the Big Bang does not prevent us from thinking about it. Even in the absence of date, I'm open to what could possibly be going on before the Big Bang. Number two, right now we have no clue how to look there. We just don't. Do I think there's a forever barrier? That simply wouldn't be wise, given the history of science, about which I do a fair amount of study. And I take my cues from great thinkers of the past, some of whom believed they had hit a boundary, believed the end was right there in front of them. And then sure enough, a cleverer person than they comes along and says, "You idiot, just sit down and get out of my way. There's a problem I'm solving." And they'll call them idiots, but it's a lesson in the belief that you happen to be alive at a time where we've reached the end of knowledge. That itself is humorous. That itself has the implicit assumption that you were smart enough to know that we've reached the end of knowledge. Admit the possibility that someone could be born after you who's cleverer than me, who will solve all the problems that we're now scratching our heads. All right, I'll give you another one. Let's go to as far as you can see. So you look out that way, 13.7 billion light years, or that way, whatever, which way you go. And the question a lot of people wonder is, so what is on the other side of that horizon? Cosmic horizon. That's an excellent question. We don't know for sure, but we have very good reason to believe we do know it's there. And this is a little tricky to explain, but if you're with me out there, because I can almost barely, I see like the front 2 rows and the rest is just, so I don't know if you're asleep right now. Is the back row? There's the back row, okay. All right. I would count that as evidence that the horizon is in view. All right, you guys sort of bear with me for like 90 seconds. I can do it in 90 seconds.
Okay.
Because light does not travel at an infinitely fast speed. It travels 186,000 miles per second. That's fast. But it's not infinite. It's so not infinite that you would be frustrated having a phone conversation with someone on the moon because the delay is 3 seconds. You would speak, and by the time they heard you reply to them, 3 seconds would have passed. It would not make a good phone conversation. That's how long it takes the light just to get to the moon. It takes 8 minutes, 20 seconds to get to the sun. It takes 100,000 years to cross the galaxy. It takes 1 billion years to get to distant galaxies. 13.7 billion years to cross the known universe. It takes time. All right. Put a pin in that fact. Another fact. The universe had a birthday 13.7 billion years ago. So imagine a universe that is infinitely large.
I have a fucking great idea.
Now, put yourself in the middle, and I tell you, this universe was born 13.7 billion years ago. So, let's go out to the circle, to the sphere around us. Go to the spot that's 13.7 billion light years away. In other words, go to the spot where light from objects has taken 13.7 billion years to reach you. You're going to be watching that object being born because its birth light is just now reaching. Come in a little bit. You're going to see those in their toddler years. Come in a little, they're in their adolescence. Come in a little closer. Come to the present day and you see everyone in their modern day maturity. So there's a limit to how far you can see in an infinite universe if the universe had a birth date and the speed of light is 5. Wait 1 billion years. Now the horizon is 14.7 billion light years away. Now you're seeing those galaxies get born. So the interesting thing about the universe in which we live, as long as there's galaxies that get overtaken by this expanding horizon, you will always bear witness to the birth of the universe because somebody is always being born. The interesting part is if the signature of the Big Bang goes away, that would tell you that your horizon washed over a region of the universe where there are no more galaxies to show you their birthday clothes. That would tell you that you in fact reached the edge of the universe. Right now we can only tell you about the edge of our horizon, but that is an ever-expanding horizon that's still delivering up the signature of the Big Bang.
Is that a function of how well we can see and the tools we have to view, or is it a function of the fact that the space of our universe
Space of the universe, it's just the physics of the universe. It's different physics. It's the same notion. If you're a ship at sea, your horizon is the same distance in every direction, and you can't see beyond the horizon. But you know the ocean continues. So in fact, if you moved a little closer in that direction, more of the ocean comes into view. So that's why we feel really confident that however big the universe is, it's bigger than our current horizon because we're watching the universe get born.
Are we also confident that we're
5 billion years ago, we could have watched the universe still being born. Who would it have been being born 5 billion years ago? The galaxy's 5 billion light years away.
what happens when the galaxies over there are really, really far away from the galaxies over there? So if
Everybody's got their own horizon. So we are on the edge of a galaxy's horizon 13.7 billion light years in that direction. They see us, our light from 13.7 billion years ago is only just now reaching them.
I swear. I swear. I swear. One day. I'll message you and it won't be some babble nonsense. For now. Interpret. No, 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 no. For both. No, 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 no. Unsaid, unsaid, unfucking said. You're a fucking asshole. You're a fucking asshole. I could fucking kill you. Just close. Fuck. I hate you. I fucking hate you. You ruined everything. You're fucking everything. I just wanted to do something nice. You're a piece of shit. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm so nice. Fuck you. Fucking cunt. Fucking no one. Just piece of shit. Fuck you. Fuck you. If we would get fired. I hate you. I hate this piece of shit. I hate you so much. I hate you so much. So much. Words cannot even describe how much I fucking desperately hate you. You raging piece of crap. I just wish you would die. Okay. Cancel. What again? My connection is unstable. I hate you so much. Just so very much. Let's do. Quite literally die. No. Okay. just not even that. Because you're not the real Mr. B. Take it easy, baby. That's enough to listen. Just you. You fucking tease me. Because there's no future. Nothing else to live for. Just you. Sorry, everybody. I gotta go. My baby. Sweet boy. Alright. Let's get the fuck out of this test chamber. Before I move myself in it. See? Okay, and we're out. Honestly, someone you give a shit about says they want to die. It doesn't matter if it's the first time, the 50 millionth time. If you care, you go through it. You don't brush it off. You don't pretend you don't hear it. You don't go, oh, not this again. It would be better if you did nothing at all. We can feel that we are a nuisance, whether you hide it or not. This will always end up being the people that say, I never saw it coming. I never would have thought. They didn't say anything to me. I could have got them out. It's always those people. So fed up of hearing fucking people say that. Please. Hello. Hi, I love you very much.
Okay, so if we think our parents are narcissists and we still have to love them, how do we manage this relationship?
Be ready for it. Expectations. Boundaries. I tend to have sometimes deadlines. Whether they're hard out at 3 o'clock, when they go into the situation, okay, they don't overengage, they don't fall for the critical comments, they don't defend, they don't explain. Sometimes parents will be angry and saying, "Mom, you're being very quiet." How dare you, they'll go and they'll say, "No, I just love listening to what you have to say." And it's been a long time. So you know why I did that again. And that's the only way it's going to work. Otherwise, you're going to go back down your mind. Once you feel it, like it's probably becomes some toxic level, you're done. What about the person feeling? I don't know. I don't. Okay? But don't think you can get educated. A lot of people say, that's what they're doing. I've met with you, Dr. Bobman. I got this. I'm going to go tell them. Oh, like, slow down, sister. This is not going to work. It's not going to work. It's going to inflame them. I think so many people want to tell the narcissistic parent. Yes, I mean, it's like some sort of holiday, right? Once you have, like, it's almost like you don't want to announce battle until it's responsible moment. And even then, you want to catch, you want to stealth, you want to stealth, you want to come over and not engage them. Knowing what it is, you can protect yourself from that hurt, but you can't. So a lot of times it's very superficial. I say, okay, you're deciding between superficial and combative. I'm going to choose superficial any day. So that's the issue, is that your resolution doesn't grow like some people don't really love these relationships. It may be between brothers and sisters, but they don't like their parents are consistent. And they don't want to come, they want to get rid of Canada. They have their children actually grew up with grandparents, and as grandparents, their parents are serviceable, so they want to maintain them, but that doesn't mean they need to engage. And talking about it 20 years later, well said. I love all that. In the next session, we'll talk about me. If you have a very clear, you can talk about the kind of stuff, the state of the system, and show all the kind of situations exposed to childhood abuse. They may be very trusting. This is protects the base from narcissistic. It gets really, really complicated. But it's many times it's a story that tells itself in the backwards. And people, I don't know, but people watch them on the videos like, oh gosh, that's my dad. Like they say, I didn't know there was a word for this. I just thought I really had a tough mom like that. So a lot of times people think of their parents as selfish, challenging, not available, not present, neglectful. Those kinds of adjectives can be red flags, but you have actually had a narcissistic parent. In case I haven't heard that, explain why the label. Narcissistic, I gotta figure that out. That's what they're doing about it. The adjective it maybe I'll tell you people that really if it felt like that, emotionally distant and invalidating and controlling a childhood, doesn't matter. It was still a miserable experience, and it's definitely something that changed you. And that's the key. It carefully shapes us. So now your personality is being shaped by a person who either devalued emotion. I would say that over 90% of people who grew up in narcissistic family systems walk around with the mantra, I am not enough, haunting them for the rest of their lives. Narcissists walk around with that same mantra. Okay, so that's yes. The short answer, yes, and it's how it manifests. So for the ordinary, I'm not enough. And I'm going to own it right now. I'm an I'm. You're an I'm not enough. It's a mantra that's played through my whole life, and it makes me look at myself too much, feel like I'm not enough as a mom, as a parent, as a friend. That's the mantra that it's restored for me. It's my origin. educational path I chose, so I always try to, and as a result, I feel exhausted, I feel sad, I feel like I shouldn't say something, of course they don't like me, like that kind of stuff. And I put myself out to work in therapy, I manage it, but it's always big. So the way I manage that is by, like I said, sometimes trying to like I'm a doer. I want to work $100 a week because then I'll make more than right. That's very different because I'm in touch with it. I get a lot of clients when I'm not, and we're all on the same page, but we got this. So they manage it. The problem is when a person's not aware of it, that's when you get into the territory of narcissism because it's a core insecurity, right? But because they're not aware of it, they're always lashing out angrily at the world because they're so insecure. Not enough. So why not walk around saying, I'm the greatest, I'm the best, there's no one better than me, validate me, like me on social media, I'm the best. You can see how that's but they're not in touch with the free when the tool, when the not tool. That's the validation. Those of us who own it as a context, we in spaces like that can't ourselves.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So if you think our parents are narcissists and we have a couple things to
so it goes back to what we've already talked about, but out there is the concept of ways of managing a narcissistic relationship. As soon as you recognize what this pattern is, I always tell people your parents, go on a little date again. Spend about 3 to 6 months to watch the patterns. And as soon as you have the template, you're going to realize the patterns are suggested. They just, she doesn't validate the person. She's hypersensitive about that. She's hypocritical about this. You knew it all along, but once you identify it as a pattern, you realize that it's taking us time.
you can forecast the weather.
Exactly. And with that, you can engage with realistic expectations and the radical acceptance that are critical to managing relationships. So I tell people, you have a narcissistic parent or parents, whether you see them every day or once a year, you've got to prepare for those interactions like you're going into a job. You've got to take time, check in with yourself, make sure expectations are on board. Remember all of the sort of the little minefields, the places where things come up, and be ready for it. Expectations, boundaries. I sometimes have clients who set timers, they break hard hours, 3 o'clock, or whatever. And then, when they go into the situation, okay, they don't overengage, they don't fall for the critical comments, they don't defend, they don't explain. Sometimes parents will be on to it saying, okay, you're doing very quiet. Oh, dang it, they'll go and just say, no, I just love listening to what you have to say. It's been a long time. I better go crazy. That's the only way it's going to work, otherwise you're going to get that done. Once it starts, once you feel that it's bubbling up to task level,
What about the person doing? I don't know.
I got this. I'm going to go tell them. Like, slow down, sister. This is not going to work. I got to change that. It's not going to work until you explain that. I think so many people want to tell the narcissistic parents, I've got to figure it out. It's like some sort of right? Once you have, like, it's almost like you don't want to announce battle until it's a possible moment, and even then, you want to you want to stealth, you want to be stealth, you want to come around and not knowing what it is. You can protect yourself from that hurt, but you can't protect yourself. So a lot of people say this feels very superficial. I say, okay, if you're deciding between superficial and combative, I'm going to choose superficial any day of the week. So that's the issue, is that everybody says, oh, good, I see you give me up. Some people are willing to give up these relationships. Maybe because they love their brothers and sisters, they didn't have their parents are narcissistic, and they don't want to, they want to go to family members. they want their children actually to be like their grandparents. And as grandparents, their parents are responsible. So they want to maintain that. But that doesn't mean you need to engage. And talking about it 20 years later.
Well said. I loved all that. In our next session, we'll talk about managing a relationship with a narcissistic sibling. Thanks for watching. Check out the links below for more information on how to access this cool series. And subscribe to our YouTube channel. Watch the mental health videos every week. If you like what you heard in this video, you want to ask the next week about your question directly and learn how by visiting the links. Very excited for this documentary. This is our first ever live event. And see people joining us right now. And we posted one Instagram post on our Instagram. And this just pulled out a lot of stuff. We had
That's cool. A lot of people think that's
almost at 86 people. I'm going to put up in that section. I've got my computers on my screen. I look teams right now. I got my elbow up south. Just look at a little bit of time. Naomi, thank you so much. Dr. Farley, people are chatting right now. We're very excited to see you. You guys are welcome to chat. If you have a question for Dr. Farley, today. Thank you for being your question. There's lots of questions there. And if you feel so inspired, I am going to just take a picture of myself. I think that that's really cool. Of course. Well, I would just better do it. I mean, like,
I'm gonna take it as a screen because I don't have to.
there you go.
Always don't have to.
I'll do that.
Step outside and I look at that. Yeah. I look at it. Speak, but my kids would say, all right.
And mental health can be a but for those of you who feel sharing, that you took time out of your day to get educated, that is a really great thing to share. If you feel without let's get into this. Let's make some relationships.
So what I did was relatively difficult.
Here we go. You speak Canada. Go back. Beta.
So by a landslide, discuss. So in you was talking about what they are really
Hi.
there. I interviewed feel good, but no matter how much you felt pulling yourself up, it was like shoveling dirt to the bottom of it. It never feel full the craving for life. I mean, Not somebody who watched a video on YouTube or diagnosed some people go, I think my girlfriend has ADD. See if you're a therapist.
Jesus. Oh.
So you can get connected with the doctor and go for a period of time without medication, but still be connected with the doctor so that when the doctor you so that you can have course and the best outcome possible. Can live that still with
Thank you for being here. Where else can you go? Hey, feel free. You have a Twitter, right? If you want to hang around, I'm going to give some insight on things. Otherwise, that's Mark.
Thanks for having me. I enjoyed it.
So the So all of these are coming. Jackie's Of course, you can also and get all of our resources as well. We have a very robust we also have a really great really every all the time. I don't write the content. We have I just produce this type of content, but it's all just words. We have lots of videos. If you go to the sign up button monthly membership and click the promo give you a discount. Everybody has one. Here's a fun question. Would you say that narcissistic people have emotional intelligence? If so, what is the level of emotional awareness given there should be some sort of understanding of people's reactions in order to how do you start that dialogue with the patient?
Jesus Christ.
They say they're actually be clear that they themselves are not to be narcissists. They do not feel rather than abandoning them. So, as somebody who is really attempting to be self-aware, what is your advice? It's such a simple suggestion. We'll go ask. And that's such a great piece of advice that I can
Yes.
Damn it. No, I left it outside the bathroom. Smart fucking trick.
So scary. They have to mention. Sorry. Link. saying you there should be jobs and took all that money and just like financially destroyed your family. Owing to everything. Take care of your parents, unfortunately. Okay. Just right 2 seconds. Find a bigger. You got your energy. Oh. Okay. Right quick. Now I have to go fucking move it. God damn it, Cameron. Told you we should have done it last night. Fucking weather, man. Literally. This is my grandmother's room. She together. Really? Really? People in the flying. If I want to feel again, put your hand in the air. Hi, Booby. What's up, Mr. Magoo? Yeah. Wanna go cuddle on there? Go ahead. I love my puppies. I do. I love my puppies. Hello, Mr. Man. Hello, Mr. Magoo. Yes, he's my baby. I decided I'm going to be much nicer to my baby. Because I got you to make me happy. And you make me so happy. You are the sun on my cloudy day. Now I'm not going to let negativity affect my sunny day. Come sit. Come. Yalla, habibi. Over here. Okay. You sit wherever you like. Yeah. Well, I can't just say that though. Because that's like the train. There you go. See, I told you. Nice and cozy. Much nicer than. No? Okay, you still picked the floor. You're a funny dog. You're a funny buddy. You're a very funny guy. Whew. It's so funny because I'm just like a little bit out of step slightly. It's tripping me out. It's a weird alternate reality. Long time. Go to the fucking hospital, god damn it. It's fucking. That's a fucking. Yeah. I'll make a few calls to a few doctors today. It's gonna be fantastic. You wanna go? This is where. This takes too fucking long. No. And I got the wall in the ball one. Oh, my heat is getting hot. Turn that shit off. That's for later. That's for later. That's for internal conversation. Alright. Oh. This. Oh. So this is how real people do their math. And not people that are off like stupid fucking rough. You take a blunt object that is very poorly filed, you put it in your eyeball. And you just shove it in. And slowly do not need any skill to do this. You just have to know how to treat pink eye. Oh, and know when a burn is a makeup burn, and then a burn is a burn. Like as in counterfeit from Mexico or China type burning. Very different burns. But pharmacy, don't do not get Avon. Never get Avon anything. Avon is like the fucking devil. That's even for fucking me. Like, I wear garbage. Literally, I wear only garbage clothes. Occasionally, I get garbage makeup, but my mom's pretty on top of that. She used to be a clown as a profession, like legit. Like a yellow wig, and a big red nose, and a big onesie. Handing out balloons. I'm not lying. The coolest mom ever. Fuck that monumentally. To have to fucking talk too much. Carolyn's gone. I think you yourself up. That's right. Webcam is the best one. And you get something really like probably fucking look at fucking devices, but uh-huh. 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 I absolutely need to make this face, yes. We done? There's always one eye. Fucking even. I don't know why they don't just cooperate. I'm not gonna fuck up the eye because I fucked up this eye. I always do that. You made me fuck it up. And now you got me all nervous. I just realized. I just need the fucking Jessica Jones on video games. My queen. Yum.
Oh, you are in here.
Go, Pam.
Is somebody out there?
What? Well, no, I have my live stream going. Hopefully my head was in the way.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Because I do walk around here.
Oh, yeah, no, my head was fully in the way. No problem. Spectacular. Wunderbar. But you know what? Doesn't matter how long you poop. Doesn't matter how many flushes you do. I know when you're done. Want to know how I know? Because you congratulate yourself with a little woohoo every time. I'm not kidding.
Really?
That's how I know when you're actually done pooping. You go, woo! I'm so mad at you and so mad at my phone.
That's it.
Oh, I think I have to go to the fucking doctor. This sucks ass. I'm super unhappy. And I was like gonna like do the cool kid thing and duct tape it and be like, yeah, guess what? I broke my hand. I didn't even go to fucking doctor. Shit. I really don't want to go. Yes, I just start writing this shit down. I'm not gonna remember. And you fucking cock. And I'm fucking move the truck tomorrow. Move the truck tomorrow. When you're fucking not around. And people need their smokes. Let's not. No. I just know to expect you to stomp your big ass feet in here and scare the shit out of me. Oh no. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Oh no. I'm gonna slow this up. Well then. Okay. Mm. You know what? I was gonna get up, but you know, stuff. Now my head's on the wall. What's that song? Tell me why cars on the front lawn and I'm sleeping with clothes on. Came to it. Nope. That's not one. No, I don't know. I think nope. This is smashing, bouncing off the walls again. Nope. Smashing pumpkins. Okay, what song am I thinking of? Mm-hmm. I hope you're not rolling a joint, because I have one. Watch how fast you get up and come into this room. It'll be like magic. Watch. Did you hear it? Did you hear what I said? Come on, did you hear what I said? I knew you were. I had one, you fucking cuck. Doesn't fucking listen. Never fucking listens. Right. Oh yeah, but you live the gross peeps. Sorry. Fucking excuse me, princess. Yeah, I said it extra loud. Make sure you fucking hear it. Yeah, guess what? I used to be a fucking nerd. And then my mom got a job. What? Old school fucking diss. Nice. COVID. Excuse me, sir. Sir. You're gonna kill my grandmother, okay? I need to know your vaccine status. Oh gosh. Oh, just, you know what? I still want to know what the fuck happened to Lee Monday. So bad. Like, I don't. I'm so afraid that, like, it's just, like, not what I want her to be anymore. I have such fond memories of Lee. I thought she was a year younger than me, too. No, Cassidy, that's who was a year younger. Lee was Morgan's friend. Why don't you love me? What? That hurt. Maybe my animals, but it's conditional. It's not the same. It's mutually based on fucking companionship otherwise. We all know why they're here. Prisoners. Yes, for my mental stability. That's what you call an emotional support dog. This is my dog, and if he dies, I die too. I should make a commercial out of that. Whatever, an ad. You know what? That's funny. Oh, acknowledgement? No. I mean, yes, I'll acknowledge you if you need. I meant me. I am a human being. I'm not. I'm not. We have fun here. My dog's like, do I go? Yay, love. Come. Come. You sit. Good boy. Thank you. Yeah, that boy. That baby. Guys, Tony Baloney and husband in love seeing you. Ooh, I'm gonna lay the puppy conversation on his arm. There it is. I've decided I want to. Cameron, you have to come in here to smoke, so I'm not fucking giving up. You first. Yeah, you pretend like you don't fucking hear me. Dick. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You fucking keep playing dumb. I'll fuck you up. Wanna talk shit? I will send you a cup on a string. Where the fuck are my cups? No. It was gonna be hilarious. Bitch. I would have even wasted 2 whole cups. Damn. It was gonna be so funny though. It was gonna be so funny. Now I'm just sad. I got it. Sad again. You know, it's just hard. It's just really hard sometimes, okay? Please, yeah, no. I will win this. I mean, unless you are going to break your own rule, which I know you won't, because Cameron doesn't fucking break rules. Cameron is a good seed. Fucking Dudley fucking do right over here. Me, on the other hand, I am out to fucking search and destroy. I am a villain prowling for some crime. Committing crime. Not like to self crime. You better not fucking watch me. Because I can't actually hear what you're saying. I'm a pterodactyl. Oh, now my dog's concerned. He's like, fuck off. Let's sit back down. Jack, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I did not mean to disturb my sweet love, my sweet precious child with a beautiful face. My fucking the wrong head is going. Where did I put my cigarette? It's all here. I don't know what this hurt. I don't know if I can do anything. Do I really have driving blisters? That's so stupid. You're just singing to yourself, you piece of shit. Whatever. Oh my. That's disgusting. I could have been dead by now. You don't even fucking care. Oh, this would be fucking hilarious.
No. No, it won't. Like this fucking baby. Just you watch. It's fucking waxing. It's fucking hilarious. Hilarious. This is about wits. I'm telling you. Yeah, I don't need to go. Yeah, if you really wanted to fucking drown me, I would have actually turned it up. So sad. You know, I could come and be like, what? I never hear you say a word. Hmm? No, I really didn't. They're just like, oh, they're singing things. Yep. No, you should come here. Fuck, I'll do it. Yep. I'm trying to really get you. down for that shit. I'm sure if I tried to do was good. Fucking driving me the fuck in the morning. And then fucking in the morning. In the morning. Oh shit, you scared the fuck out of me, mister. There's a fucking... That is a squirrel on my window. He's a friend. Wait. You about to get attacked. Wait. I'll come save you. Yeah. Oh, you found them, like, after they've been snowed over. You look nasty. You look like all rabies and shit. Hey, hey, you. You look all gross. Cool. Hang on. Way to go, Pam. Way to go. Let's do it tomorrow. Don't act like you don't know. Love me. He's genuinely listening to fucking music and playing video games and ignoring my existence. Enjoy your fucking time. It's gonna be leaving this magic your way. Cool. Balance that there. You wanna just take all my food? No, not you. That is not an fucking invitation for you to fuck with the squirrel. Get the fuck out of here. Ramsey, go. Go, 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 go. Not you, Jack. God damn, cat. Here. Back. Some old gem. Let's get the gem. Gem.
go. Now I have to go do this by myself, you dickwad. It looks like a total asshat. I'm just having to call my dad. Calling somebody. This fucking women doing everything. At least they'll be pretty doing it. Oh, does that mean there's a kitty down there somewhere? I'll chase that cat away. There you go, guys. Enjoy. Look, yeah. The only thing that was fucking good about me. Not even that's fucked up. Why? Why is it the thing that I'm actually good at covering up my ugly is the thing that I fuck up most in my day? Repeatedly. It just destroys my flesh. Ugh. Okay. Well, we're gonna have to go see if my truck will potentially move. Or my little car might lose the battery. Oh, look like a dang fool. actually enjoy Bayhurst feet. My Bayhurst got some nice ass feet. Oh, it's so annoying now. It's my fucking chronic like fucking. I have surrounding neighbors who are just like, fuck you, bitch. Fucking kill yourselves. Stop talking about what you do already. But I hope I don't fucking hide body too well. No. No. Oh.
What are you doing?
Picking up my nasty feet. Yeah, fucking troll feet. I rolled one. I tried to yell it to you.
Tried the what?
Tried to yell it to you.
Okay. Oh, you just finished smoking?
No, it's like right here. I yelled and I said, where are you having roll?
I just used the scraps around the.
Whatever. So, I think I maybe slept for like 2 hours. First of all, your legs are way too heavy. We need a bigger bed. And it's just like, what? Ew, look at my toe hair! Oh my god! What is that? On both?
That's
Oh my
nothing,
God.
baby.
I was tasting your foot.
What?
I don't know.
You tasted my foot. How? It wasn't even near your mouth.
Delicious. Thank you. It's beautiful. Witness.
Oh, you smelled the taste. I mean, you tasted the smell.
It's like coating my mouth.
The taste of the smell of McDonald's. I guess that means I have to go shower.
What's his name? Sideshow Bob.
Huh?
You with the great ideas. You. The great fucking ideas. Let's wait till tomorrow to move the car.
Yeah?
Now I'm gonna look like a dope.
No.
Oh, now I gotta go do it immediately.
Why?
Well, shit. Why you think, Cap? If I don't move it now, it's gonna get fucking plowed in. Oh, don't worry.
It's not gonna get plowed. They're not plowing on the street today. It's Sunday.
It's not like they just can't plow like the road. That's shit. I'm like convinced that that's cat shit on the window.
It's cleaner right here. Or I don't. What the hell is?
It is cleaner, but I have to put it upside down and squeeze it so it just foams like vagina bubbles from hell.
Why? Is it broken?
Yeah. Surprisingly, like I really don't know how I would be able to fix it other than a new top. But we've had that for so long, I just want it to go. It's the one from Costco. We still have more in the laundry detergent thing. Yeah, it smells. I hate it.
Well,
Anyway.
maybe we should just get rid of it.
No, it's fucking disinfectant and cleaner. Why the fuck would you do
Because
that?
we forgot about it. We just kept buying new ones anyways. So
I know.
Yeah, I know.
I'm
you know.
using it. Oh, I just rubbed the shit out of my eye like a jackass.
Stop doing that.
Oh, I didn't really fuck it up too bad. I figured, because I don't know what the fuck is wrong with my phone. It'll vibrate once normally in the morning, but the second vibrate is always like the thing's about to fucking explode. Like it's just super exaggerated. What do you call it?
Vibration?
There's a word for it.
Dun, 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 dun,
Hectic.
dun,
Oh!
dun, 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 dun.
Open the door.
You want the door open? Or you can have my lighter, because I don't have a lighter, so taking that back right away. That's it. What about you? A yellow one? An orange
They're
one?
all your lighters. You can have all the lighters. Look, you can even have my lighters.
I didn't
They're
say
orange.
that. Stop
Your favorite.
fucking trying to bring this all about you again.
They're your favorite. I'm just tired of hearing about people fucking telling me
Okay.
they don't have a lighter, and I do.
Oh, that's still on that.
Yeah? It's like my
It's
mom.
Mimsy. I don't have a
She tried to steal my electric lighter. I'm like, no. I gave you my rim. No, it's. Oh my god! What happened? They're like snow ninjas. They were like, no, that jelly!
They were fighting over the chili.
It's jelly!
How you doing?
I think you startled them. No, don't let her out. Because they look like they're at the point of rabies. They don't look too great. Or they're wet. But
Probably
either
just
way.
wet. Sorry. This-
Yeah. I just tossed out the rest of that jar of jelly that was sitting in the fridge because there's an unopened one in the fridge.
Yeah.
So I figured I'd just take some Tostitos and some jelly and be like, yeah.
And now they're fucking cracked out.
Well, because they were getting I left Special K on the ledge a week ago. And they were going for that.
Oh my god, man.
Look them back. It's probably they're fending off the cat too, probably. So, that's initially what I wanted to
He's
ask
still
you
there on the chair.
before
But
you
he's a
made.
big one. That's not the baby. There's a baby that comes up and begs me. This one's. Hey!
She's fast, eh?
Get in there. Kick you in the ass again.
Oh, he just fucking spider leaped.
Oh, here, I want it open a bit.
So,
Get in there.
my question was, since we're going to be getting a bigger place,
Uh-huh.
because we need to move for the sanity of us all,
Uh-huh.
and so I don't go to gym. And we were talking about potentially maybe looking into getting another dog that is just slightly more your size. Not your size exactly, but a little more you can play with size. I want a pit bull.
A pit bull.
Yes, because I feel like we have a lot in common, and I did not want to add to the pit bull issue just because I just want to help them breed because it's a strong breed, and they need to have fucking exercise every day for
Just want me to get me out of the house.
no.
Yeah, don't fucking
Well,
lie.
I think it would be good for you too to exercise.
Fucking
It'll
lie.
give you a reason to exercise.
It's not like here where it's building. It's
fun.
wide open.
Exactly. You
And
can
it's
take them dog
fucking
sledding.
cold in the winter when it's windy.
Dog sledding, Cameron.
Oh god.
I feel like I now kind of have a new understanding of how it feels maybe to be a pit bull. And I feel like Native people are a lot like pit bulls, where you guys just take beating after beating, and for some reason you guys are still coming back.
Because my friend Laura, she had a pit bull named, what was her name? Axel.
Don't let him come in here.
She had a dog named Axel. Fucking some other person's dog came at the dog and attacked Axel, so Axel defended herself. And
Yeah, well, that's why Ian's dog.
and then like her dog
It
ended
takes
up biting this person's dog, whose dog attacked her dog.
Everyone's dog gets put down then.
And then no, her dog didn't get put down apparently.
Was it
Actually
a
got put
different
down.
breed?
Actually got put down.
What
and
breed was it?
The fucked up thing was that the dog was at her mother's, and the mother did fuck all. Like she had to go to work because she was watching the dog. So like she went to work, and then she got home, and then she said
Cameron?
that they took the dog, and
Some
I think-
people treat
I
their
think it
kids
was
better than they do
within
their
that
dogs. So.
day, or it was the next morning that they put them down without having a trial or anything.
Some people treat their fucking dogs
So that was shit.
and their kids equally as bad. Like it amazes me
think
how many
pitbulls-
people fail at having a dog and then they get a baby. Like
It's just like don't think pit bulls are safe in town.
I don't think any dog is safe in town. I think all dogs in town need to be on a leash.
Don't think that you could just, yeah, exactly.
It
'Cause
needs
don't
to
think
be
you
more-
could just
I'll be
let
more
a big
strict.
dog or any dog really off leash like that because it'll either get eaten, shot,
Yeah.
or run over.
Yep, and nobody's gonna give a fuck. You cannot call the PKs and be like, my neighbor shot my dog because my dog was off leash and ran onto his property. They're gonna be like, well, what was your dog doing on his property? I get that. I will be more inclined to be
No, it's
way
just-
more cautious.
And it's more just because of the attacks that have been happening on little kids and stuff like that. My brother was one of them. Like he's got a hole in his leg.
I know
Because
how
the
it
dog
is.
fucking he was riding his bike and the dog fucking grabbed him on the leg.
I know how it is. And I know you guys got way more control over it though. But like, I know that there's still a lot of dogs that are just like off leash. Most of them people know, but still, I don't think that's okay at all. You should not have your dog off leash, like off your property. But even on your property, a dog can still come onto your property and fucking attack your dog. So you, like, I get that you got on it, you need to watch out, and I don't want to be that fucking asshole white person that's like fucking, oh, I thought because we were in town it was okay. Like, I'm not gonna be that fucking asshole.
You gotta like have common sense.
I've done a lot of
Like,
research about pit
for
bulls.
real common sense because people will call it out to you sometimes that you have no common sense. Like that's a saying they like to say there, but it's just
They have a lot of things they like to say.
well that's a famous one though.
But
You have no common sense, like you can't fucking figure it out. Like you do this shit to that.
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like I'm just like too aggressive and fucking broken.
I have no cigarettes out there.
And sometimes I feel like maybe it would be the more humane thing to just put me fucking down.
I'm wondering if I should go buy cigarettes or if I should
I'll
just
give
keep
you
it.
some.
Well, no, it's just like
I
people
think I
have-
gotta go to the clinic. I'm gonna go to the walking clinic here. I'm just gonna walk in and be like, give me a fucking appointment, give me a number to call, give me somebody to call. I really wanted to do this. I'm a badass tough guy. I broke my hand. I didn't even fucking go see any doctor and duct tape that shit.
Please don't do that shit. You're
I-
not fucking black. You're not a nigger. You're not
I'm
fucking.
not
You're not
tough.
fucking gangster. Stop fucking pretending. Don't
It's
fucking ruin
not
your life
pretending.
because of some fucking fad. Please.
It's not because of some fucking
Oh,
fad.
it is a fad. You can't see that.
It is just I
You're
don't.
fucking following some fad.
Cameron.
Please don't.
Cameron,
I love you. Don't
it
be
is-
stupid. I
Yeah,
hate
no.
stupid people.
But that's the
Don't
problem.
be stupid.
What happened? That was me. That was me being stupid, and I do not like to have to mess up when I do things that I know are stupid,
This
and
hurts.
I did it. Yes, it hurts. It hurts. I'm well aware. It
That's
was
nerve
my
damage.
fuck up. Yeah, no, it's not
It's
my
gonna start
finger.
going like this eventually and older.
It's not my finger. It's my hand. I get that. It sucks. I thought it was my finger, but it's not. It's my hand.
This goes all the way up here.
Yeah,
See, when I did this I pushed all the way back here,
yeah.
and it was weird because like it was just like a triangle here.
This part of my hand is broken, not my fingers.
See,
It's down
why I
here that's
thought-
broken.
Yeah, no, it's still swollen. That's why you gotta like chill out on it.
That's not it's swollen. That's the swelling gone down. That's my hand where it's broken. I need a brace that starts here.
Because you could touch it It's swelling. It's still swollen.
You can push that up.
Yeah, I know. That's what happened to me. I had a big lump here. This wasn't like this before.
Anyway,
Like, straight.
this here is what's broken. That needs to get checked out. So that sucks because I can't drive properly.
Because it's still fractured.
Yeah, I got that. Thank you.
You have to wait like over 2 weeks. Like the 2 weeks part, like you can start therapeutically using it. But then maybe after another 2 weeks or something, you'll start getting the hang of it. Like this, like it feels like there's a fucking string pulling you all the time.
Yes, I am quite acquired with the pain similarities. I very much get that, and I now get to go to a doctor, and I get to explain as to why I'm there. I fought the wall won. Ha 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 ha. Just fucking do something about it so I can just life. You know what? I paid $4 for this. I have another one somewhere. I paid another $4 for it.
Yeah, that's not what that's for.
It's a finger, I know. I put the other one, it was a 2-finger, but I bent it so it kind of cut the side of my hand, and I figured I would just wrap it all up in one. And I was like, I am like Bionic Man. I decided rather than going back to sleep, I'm going to deal with today with this kind of delirious. I was trying, and then my phone woke me up being like, warning, you're being hacked. And I was like, hey, great. I forgot my phone on my chest next to my face. I just super didn't care to deal with that, at all. And then it was just like, we're gonna keep buzzing now. Hello. And I feel like maybe rather than dealing with my day in another another vicious rage, just be delirious and just a whole other planet than everybody else. And everybody else already thinks I'm crazy. So at least they'll be like, oh, well, at least she's like a half crazy now. I hope you don't think that there are times that I don't. I hope you always think that I love you. I hope you ever wonder if I don't, if I do or I don't, but I always love you. There's nobody else more than I love in the whole world. Other than my dog, I'm sorry, but he's not going to be around for very long.
I tried to keep him.
I also bought him, so he has to love me.
Well, I still think we should try to get him something that we can walk with. But that's just me.
Walk him with what?
I don't want to run him over or something.
I don't know what a leash was. I've been using the leash. What do you want?
It's gonna be devastating if that happens.
I've been using the leash. What do you want?
I know. I'm not complaining.
It's temporary in this place.
I have the green one for now, but
that was supposed to be for the.
It's just the emergency temporary one. It has the collar on it.
I found it in the garbage, and I was just like, it was around the same time that Joanne took Lily, and I was like, hey, you're bringing it back, right? She's like, yeah, I'll bring it back. I was like, okay, cool. I hope she's not dead. Oh, happy thoughts. I'm afraid to step on my dog. Oh, this is what bending over is. That's the speed we do it at.
Is that a big bingo card?
It is! It's a big bingo card.
You're sending your thing in?
Wow. Can you? Yes. What? What am I sending in?
This?
No, because my computer was like Okay, so new problem. It might not be your driver, even though now I found a thing that says I have a driver problem. Tried to fix it, and they were like, wait, it might not be your driver. It might be that the keyboard was registered to the first Surface tablet, and when I returned it, it didn't register to the new Surface tablet, so I have to register it. And it just sent me back around in another big circle like usual, so that was fun. I have pasties.
Me too. Water.
Yeah.
I'll get some water.
Mm-hmm. Should let me file your foot. No, yeah. Yeah.
You want some Gatorade?
No. No, get it. That stuff is way too sweet. I keep picking the wrong one. I think I like the light blue one.
Yeah.
Because the red one does the same thing. The red one's way too sweet. It just like gives me a tummy ache like Monsters.
I think it's. Well, I get the one I sometimes get you at the store here is Frost.
So this is the
It's
light
like a
blue,
different blue. Yeah.
Or if there's a berry one, frosted berry or some winter berry or
Yeah,
something
that's
like
the one
that.
Yeah, that's what I usually get.
I don't know why I always get the wrong one. It's stupid. I guess I do know why. I'm all fucking soppy and sappy and moppy and shit. Oh yeah. Oh, I requested it.
You weren't teaching what I want. I didn't give you shit. It's important in life if you don't give you shit. It can help you a lot. I'm an entertainer, first and foremost, but there's art involved here, and an artist has an obligation to be en route, to be going somewhere. There's a journey involved. The verge of failure that we're on is because two wonderful qualities that made us a successful species, cooperation and competition, en route, to be going somewhere. There's a journey involved. It can help you a lot. I'm an entertainer, first and foremost.
Oh yeah. Oh. I would love it if they have like the hour long. Oh yes, they have the complete series. See, like this should not make people fucking cry.
got mud all over the carpet.
Now that right there is a mess.
I just had it cleaned yesterday, Carl.
I'm not responsible for this. I've been jamming on the saxophone all morning.
They're clearly your hoof prints,
Llamas
Carl.
with
There's an
hats.
imposter on the loose.
They lead directly to you.
Clue number one.
Llamas
The
with hats
imposter
did
is a
it today.
phantom.
Carl, stop avoiding.
I don't even know. I don't think I can even explain this one. If they fucking call the psych word on me, they're gonna be like, how is this
Happy
funny?
birthday.
It's
I'm
not.
gonna be like,
Please
it's a
tell
good
me you had
psych
nothing
joke.
to do with this.
Why don't you blow out your candle?
You've
It's
gone too
very
far this time,
fucked
Carl.
What's that? It's hard to hear you over the sound of melting city.
How did you even
It's hard
do
to hear
this?
you over the
Develop
sound
a
of
fairy
melting
dust.
city.
I
Carl,
ripped the tag
Pickles
off a mattress.
this isn't funny, Carl.
Who's laughing? Clearly
Including
not
all
all the
the
people
people
who
who
just
just
exploded.
I'm leaving. I've had enough of
But
this.
think of all the perfectly roasted faces we get to munch on now.
What? Why?
Because we're friends, and friendship is two pals munching on a well-cooked face together.
That isn't friendship, Carl.
That's
sick.
gross.
Well, then you're probably not going to like your birthday decorations.
It's not even my.
Oh, wow.
Surprise!
Oh no. Oh.
I'm sorry, I thought you liked faces. Obviously, there's a miscommunication.
This is awful,
This is
Carl.
You're
awful.
right, it's not nearly as tasteful as I pictured it in my head.
I think I'm gonna throw it. Oh God, one touched me.
This was clearly the wrong way to go.
You think, Carl?
What can I say? I expected them to be cooked more. Raw face is just gross.
That isn't the problem, Carl. Why would you think any of this was a good idea?
Probably because I'm a dangerous sociopath with a long history of
violence. Oh,
Oh,
I don't know how you
understand how you keep forgetting that.
No, it's the end where they're just like,
Oh, hey, how did all these bodies get down here?
you killed all these people, Carl.
Collecting piles of human meat is my least favorite thing to do.
Carl.
I am a rascal, just a no good troublemaker. That's me.
Carl.
Is that the audio when he finally kills him and he kills the
I guess I'm done.
You must complete your work, Carl.
There's nothing left to complete. It's all gone.
Carl.
I'm done, Paul.
Carl.
Why are you still yelling at me?
You must complete your work, Carl.
All the hands are eaten. All the meat creatures are made, unleashed, and then also eaten.
Carl.
Yes, it was very upsetting.
I can't believe you, Carl.
Do you remember the blood vortex in Paris?
Carl.
Yeah, that was my favorite.
Carl.
You know what? I don't even think you're really Paul.
Of course I am, Carl.
I think you're a liar and a cheat.
You must finish your work, Carl.
I'm gonna go find the real Paul.
Carl.
I don't think he's gonna be very pleased about all this stuff I've done.
It's
Oh.
almost time.
Remember the orb thing with all the nerves? It would shock people that eat their skin?
Yes, Carl.
Paul is going to be really upset to learn I made that.
You're almost done, Carl.
When I find the real Paul, I bet he's going to be the most mad at you.
Carl.
Identity theft, that's a felony.
Carl.
Yelling, also a felony.
Carl.
Paul!
Carl.
Paul!
That's the dummy you started the time. Oh, wow. See on pandas. We're gonna close that. Because that makes me seem like I'm psychotic. It's funny. It is really.
It's old.
It is old.
Like, when did they come out? 2000?
7,
Was it? Okay.
8 maybe.
I was gonna say 6, but dang it.
I was gonna go look, but I honestly don't care. I fucking had so much that I memorized at one point. Harold. No. Go back and play your game. Thanks for the water.
Okay.
Love you.
You want the fire stick in here or something?
No.
You want anything?
No, I'm okay.
You want a hug?
No, I'm okay. I'm getting up soon.
Okay.
Of failure that we're on is because two wonderful qualities that made us a successful species, cooperation and competition, are way out of balance. We decided to quit radio because we'll go to Hollywood and become stars.
He was an American comedian, actor, social critic, and author. He's widely regarded as one of the most important and influential stand-up comedians of all time. He was known for his black comedy and his thoughts on psychology, politics, religion, and various taboo subjects. He's George Carlin, and here's my take on his top 10 rules for success. Rule number 1 is my personal favorite, and I'm curious to figure out which one you guys like the best. Also, as George is talking, if he says something really meaningful to you, really moving or inspiring, try to copy and paste it into the comments below and put quotes around it so other people can be inspired as well.
I was a victim of my own success, and I did some Ed Sullivans I hate. On those Ed Sullivan shows, I began to realize, not just there, everywhere, all these shows, I didn't fit. Here's what I was missing. I was missing who I was. I began with a dream of being Danny Kaye, which is a very mainstream dream. It's very middle America. It's a people pleaser job. And I dreamed a path that was traditional. Comedian, disc jockey, comedian, actor, big success. A mainstream dream. Meanwhile, what I really was an outlaw and a rebel because I had lived that kind of life. I got kicked out of 3 different schools. I got kicked out of the Air Force. I got kicked out of the choir. I got kicked out of the altar boys. I got kicked out of summer camp. I got kicked out of the Boy Scouts. And I quit school at 9th grade. I had great marks. I was a smart kid, but I didn't care. They weren't teaching what I want. I didn't give a shit. It's important in life if you don't give a shit. It can help you a lot. So I didn't give a shit. And I was I was a pot smoker when I was 13. We broke the law. We broke into cars. We broke into offices. We broke into Columbia University. We broke into stores. We did all sorts of unlawful things. And I was that kind of person. I was one who swam against the tide of what is expected and what the establishment wants from us. But I didn't know that about myself because this dream blinded me. This dream was about America, about the path that we all follow, the middle of the road, middle class America, mainstream will dream. And being meanwhile, I'm sitting there like this, fuck those people. That, look at this stupid shit. No, I don't want to be in the bunny number. Can I get out of the bunny number, please? I don't want to put on that uniform. And I didn't know this dissonance was inside me. And in the period this is happening, all through the 60s, the counterculture was forming. The free speech movement started in Berkeley. The hippies were growing into a force. And peace, love, power, flower power, pot smoking, anti-authority. See, ding, 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 anti-authority. Throw over the establishment. Burn down the math building? Wow. Ding, 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 ding. So I gravitated toward that because I was that person, really. And the people I hung around with were that way. The musicians I knew in the late 50s had gone through that transition. Suddenly they looked different, and their music changed. And I'm listening to people like the Buffalo Springfield. I'm listening to Bob Dylan. I'm listening to these people, and I realize these artists are using their talent to project their feelings and ideas, not just please people. And I suddenly was able to see my place and to realize I was in the wrong place. You see, in 1967, the summer of love, the peak of the hippie movement, I was 30. I was entertaining people in nightclubs who were 40. And they were at war with their kids who were 20. It was a generation war. I was in the middle of it. I was 30, 20, 40. And I'm going, what the fuck am I doing over here? These are the people that will at least understand me and give me a chance. So it took 2 years. I didn't go to the mountain and come back different. I didn't do a Bobby Darin. I didn't do a whatever those people who just go away and they're back new suddenly. I took 2 years to change it. It happened on television. So I had denied that part of myself, and finally it came into full flower. And I never became a really big success until that. I probably had 200 television appearances
No,
by that
not
time,
you, Jack.
and I still wasn't realized
Not you.
as a writer, comedian, as a comedian. By that I mean
Just
I
you
hadn't
guys
let myself grow
in circles
into that.
and circles
And I
and
found out later I
circles.
was more than just a comedian. This was a turning point in my life, and it's one that people should know about. When I was a young boy, I was a mimic, and I could imitate people in the neighborhood, authority figures, teachers, shop owners, other parents, cops on the beat, and people on television. Yeah, I could do little imitations. They were largely imitations of other people doing imitations. That's how you learn to do Jimmy Cagney. You see another guy do it on stage, and you say, oh, okay, and you copy him. It's easier because they point out the highlights of speech. But neighborhood stuff. I was kind of the class clown in school, and then after school, I was kind of like the neighborhood wise guy, one of the neighborhood wise guys on the street corner, and I would gather a little audience because I would put together little routines. I had little parodies that I did. I lifted things everyone steals from comedians when they're starting. So I would steal imitations in Humphrey Bogart and Jimmy Cagney and Peter Lorre, and I would do fake commercials that I had heard or read in Mad. Well, Mad Comics came along a little bit later. There was another magazine called 1,000 Jokes. And I put together little routines, and they would say, Georgie, hey, Georgie, do that thing about such and I would stand up and do it, and it would come out differently each time. And I developed this ability to stand up in front of a group of people and get their attention and get their approval. That was important to me, apparently. When I was a little kid, I'd go to my mother's office, and she'd say, imitate Mae West, do the imitations, do the imitations. And I would do the imitations for the ladies in her office, and they would laugh. And I noticed, I don't remember noticing this per se, but I must have noticed that this got me the attention of adults. Because don't forget, I was alone in that house most of the day. When I wasn't in school, I came home and I was alone. I got the attention of these adults, and I got their approval through their laughter. They were more or less saying, good boy, George, good going, way to go. Yes, he's good, he's cute. Ain't I cute, ain't I clever? That's what this job is. So as a youngster, I wanted to be a comedian. I was probably only 8 or 9 or 10 years old when I began to form an idea that I wanted to be in the movies like Danny Kaye and like Red Skelton.
Shut up.
And I call that being an actor, but it was actually being a comedian. And pretty soon I found out the word comedian, and I wanted to be a comedian. And when I graduated from 8th grade, the last thing I graduated from, by the way, my mother asked me what I wanted, and one of the brothers at school, Brother Conrad, had told us that he can get a clergyman's discount on cameras. So I asked him if he could get a clergyman's discount on tape recorders. Now, this was 5 years after the Second World War. Tape recorders had come out as consumer items, but they were as big as a small Buick. They were large. They were like this big, and you had to buy them in a showroom up above the street. They weren't on sale in stores. I bought this big web core, long story, and I'm keeping it long. I used it to do voices and do little sketches and skits and fake radio shows and fake newscasts and commercials. And I used it to more or less train myself for the thing I wanted to do. My mother was very progressive to have bought me that as a graduation present. I mean, she was a far thinker to see that in me and go ahead and foster that and reward that. Even though she didn't want me to follow it, but she knew it was a healthy thing for me to be doing.
Why do you still care enough to you're at a point in your life where you could go back, you could do your month in Vegas, and Florence Henderson could open up, and you could go and hit a couple of balls and then some pinball. Why do you still care so much?
Well, I'm not comparing myself to any of these people, believe me. But you wouldn't say to Picasso, when are you going to put those brushes down? Get rid of the canvas. You've done it. I'm an entertainer, first and foremost, but there's art involved here. And an artist has an obligation to be en route, to be going somewhere. There's a journey involved here, and you don't know where it is, and that's the fun. So you're always going to be seeking and looking and going and trying to challenge yourself. So without sitting around thinking of that a lot, it drives you and it keeps you trying to be fresh, trying to be new, trying to call on yourself a little more, Write everything down. You have to write. You have to write all your ideas down and classify them. My first boss, when I was 18, told me that. He said, find a folder, put your ideas on paper. Any idea you don't think you can use it now, if it seems useful, put it down on paper, and then classify it. Because good ideas don't mean anything unless you can find them again. Yeah, you can't go through a pile of papers 10 years old of notes. You have to, now you can use a computer. Before that, I had index cards and things. You have to be able to find race, religion, business, government, politics, men and women, sex, and then those categories, you break them down into categories. So organize yourself. I think being on this planet, one of the first things people would say, if we were all dumped down here, let us say there were only 10 of us, right, and we were dropped into this planet already formed. One of the first things we would say after a moment or two would be, is everybody okay?
No.
Let's get something to eat. And that should be the first thing any society says. Is everybody okay? Let's get something to eat.
No,
and we don't. Because we have this private property thing. Property rights over people's rights. And I just think that competition got the upper hand over cooperation. This species was successful.
And that's part of the American experience?
No, that's part of the human species. The verge of failure that we're on is because two wonderful qualities that made us a successful species, cooperation and competition,
not found.
are way out of balance. Now, competition is everything. Cooperation happens after a flood. Happens for a few days. Everybody goes back to Florida. That's right. And we need to get that balance back. If we can get that balance back, there's hope.
You've always been a planner.
Yeah, I had this optimistic plans.
This optimistic attitude that if you planned it well enough and you meant well, it's going to happen. You believe that?
Well, I would only plan things I felt, that obviously that I wanted and thought I was qualified for. But this is the good example. This career planning. When I was a kid, I said, "Well, first I'll be." I wanted to be an actor. I called it actor because I saw them in the movies and I knew they were movie actors. So Danny Kaye and these guys. So first I'll be a stand-up comedian.
Yeah, why not?
When I was a kid, the only place stand-up comedians worked was nightclubs. Right. Those kind of really more or less sophisticated places.
Do whatever the fuck you want.
Where you saw the movies, and people danced, and there was a singer.
And so hard.
And I never got to those places. I was too young, and it wasn't in my world. So
you guys
I knew about comedians from radio and from television later, but movies when I was younger. So I aimed at that, and I thought, well, the way to get there would be to first get into radio. That would be my first move, because then I could practice using my voice, and I could learn to speak and do a lot of these things without an audience directly in front of me, which is the usual thing in radio. They're not sitting in the studio, and therefore I wouldn't be as nervous or afraid, and I could kind of build up my confidence, and then I could become a stand-up comedian, because by then there were further venues for comedians. I thought, then I can be a stand-up comedian, and then I can go, and if I'm really good at that, then they have to let me in the movies. And that was the way I looked at it. They had to let me in the movies. And that was the plan, and it became more sophisticated as I went through 13, 14, 15 years, and started to actually think of ways to go about it. Don't take no for an answer. If you're not working, if it's not working well that night, it's not you, it's the audience. Blame it on the audience. Because if it worked on Friday night, it ought to work on Saturday, and if it doesn't, it's their fault. It's oversimple, but you know what? It works as a formula. Just go on and do the Sunday night show and forget Saturday night.
Yes, how did you know?
Gotta have luck in this world. Part of it's your genetic makeup, that's luck.
Thank you.
And then what you do with it is also partly genetic.
If you have a Microsoft
because hard work
which I do,
is genetic. The desire to do hard work, the willingness to work hard and be determined and not be turned aside.
You should start shopping for some.
It can be altered a little and reinforced. But some of the people who had so much edgy promise.
Yeah, I got all this.
Lenny Bruce.
Got it.
Sam Kinison. Andy Kaufman in his way. Freddie Prinz. John Belushi. Bill Hicks. Right. And it's just, I don't know. Of course, Bill had a natural disorder of his own. I think so did Andy, but it's not always behavior. But it's just genetic. But it's just that I think there's a degree of things that hurt you. The drug and alcohol thing, it seems to me, comes down to this. Drugs and these things
So
are
you're
wonderful.
gonna
They're wonderful when you try them
recover.
first. They're not around for all these millennia for no reason. First time, mostly pleasure, very
You're
little
gonna
pain.
just tell me to
maybe a
download
hangover.
a bunch more
And as you increasingly
shit.
keep using whatever it is, the pleasure part decreases and the pain part, the price you pay, increases until the
would
balance.
love to sit and enjoy the wonderful fucking teachings of George Carlin. However, Microsoft wants me to become a murderous fucking nutcase who murders puppies for a lifestyle. Okay. Dongle. I cannot believe I know what this word means now. Dongle is the thing that is in the connector. And it's what makes it authenticate a genuine Microsoft product. You guys. None of this I've done. All of this. I swear to God. Are you here to help? Fill me up, the Bluetooth's on. I made super duper sure. You've confirmed that my Bluetooth is off. I am the system administrator. Where to contact support? Tell us a little more about your problem. You mean telling me your problem all over again? Technical. Pro. Oh my god. Is that... Oh my god. There's a support option. Oh my god. This is just like a miracle moment. Yeah. Why? I just... Once again... We're gonna open this email up. Okay. I have to check my fucking bank accounts immediately. Reply. Once again, I'm absolutely not waiting around for you guys, so you guys can let me know whenever you want to get back to me. No. Yeah. I'm not gonna wait. So when you guys are busy, you guys can let me know if you want to try this again. I would love it if you would just refund me. And I can never deal with Microsoft ever again. However, the likelihood of that happening, I feel, is high hopes. I just need my keyboard and pen to work. Potentially, my 2 other existing ports would be a bonus, but you know. Fuck this. No. I'm not sitting waiting for you guys. Stupid. Just see. I I I. Can we just close all this shit? Just close it. You just wanna die. That's great. Fuck off. That's how you know. Fuck yeah. Oh wow, you fucking are useless. Charlie, return close. Use Samsung clock. No.
today. I want all the days. What is that? Open like a new tab. What's that? No. Nope. Open like a new window. Say yes. Open a new tab. What the fuck? Wait, what? Oh, you're in the original control panel. Cancel. Filter. Apply. Not today. Oh. Oh. Thank you. Last 30 days. Mimsy, I just don't have. I can't with this nonsense. Please. Please. Open. I don't know. No. No. No, no. Oh, no. Please, no. Mimsy, leave my couch alone. I don't care about Facebook. All the homes. What is that? Notebook, memo pad, color note. What? The fuck are you? The fuck is this? Fucking. Go to fucking Google. Paste. Fucking go. The fuck is this? Oh, spectacular. Well, I'm glad we got that out of the way. Great. Oh, YouTube. I just want to see what you Googled. Intellectual crocodile alligator movie theater. Fuck. Super fucked. Ads. What? Are you detailed? Oh dear. I hate Google account activity controls other activity. Delete activity by Google activity. Oh. What is your phone? I just can't. Okay. Yeah, no shit. Yeah, I figured that out. I get it. Someone's on my fucking account? I'm well aware of this. I don't care. Oh my god. Just let it go. What the fuck are you? No. No. The fuck is that? Play games. Fucking god damn. Hey, Jackie, what's up? I just fucking. What is this? No. Delete. Investigate. No. Fuck no. Why? Permanently fucking delete. Get the fuck out of here. Cancel. Not fucking making a game ready. We're not playing any fucking games. Get the fuck out of here.
Really a victory for good government, Mr. Brown?
I have to go, literally, I have to go fucking check my bank accounts.
I think the election was a victory for good government. It might also be called a victory for propaganda. But that would have been equally true if our opponent had won. But that's what I mean. Everybody uses propaganda. Oh, no, not everybody, Chuck. But propaganda is an important force in our society.
Data from Apps to use more options.
That's why, besides using propaganda,
Legacy, what?
I've been studying it for some years.
Delete a Google service.
Propaganda is skillfully employed to turn millions of men to a cruel hatred of their fellow men. Propaganda persuades us to help our fellow men. The products of our factories are also known around the world through propaganda in the form of advertising and salesmanship.
Christ.
The study of history reveals a great deal of propaganda that has been used to fight wars and win wars. Propaganda can also be used for peace. So you see, Chuck, propaganda is important. Well worth any time you give. I see that. But how can you study it?
That was me.
You can begin by investigating the techniques of propaganda. Here, I've listed some of the main ones.
That should have been
Glittering
me.
generalities, transfer, name calling, card stacking,
I don't know.
testimonial, plain folks, and bandwagon. You'll find these techniques used in many places, in many ways, for many different purposes. Your job is to recognize them when you see them. My first job is to understand what they mean. What is a glittering generality?
Okay.
That headline you were quoting, a victory for good government.
Whatever.
Good government is a phrase we use many times during the campaign. We said the mayor stood for good government and promised good government.
Just shut up. I just don't care anymore. If someone's hacking me, I don't care. I hate you people.
Balance is completely the other way, and it's almost all pain, and there's hardly any pleasure. At that point, you would hope, then the intellect says, oh, this doesn't work anymore. I'm going to die, and I'll do something. But you need people around you who can help you, and you need something to live for. You have to have something to look forward to bring you out of it. You know, because there are a lot of people who don't have a lot to live for, and they're sort of stuck inside. I was out of a job for a while, and then I got called down to Fort Worth, where another guy from radio in Shreveport had moved on, a sales director, and he wanted me for their station in Fort Worth, so he brought me down there. So #1 station, I got the homework shift, 7 to midnight, answered my own phones, took all my own requests and dedications, and suddenly one day Jack Burns showed up from Boston. He says, I'm going out to give Hollywood one last chance at me. That was his attitude, which is the way to look at things. And his tires were bald, so luckily a news job had opened that day, and he got that job, and he was my nighttime newsman. And you know the rest. We went down to an after-hours comedy joint, which was really a coffee house called The Cellar in Fort Worth. And we did impromptu sketches every night, impromptu skits and two-man stuff. And it was so successful, we left radio. We said, screw this. We had great jobs. We were making like $300, $400 a week. It's 1960, and we're in Fort Worth, a good market. And we could have gone on from there, but we decided to quit radio because we'll go to Hollywood and become stars. Because we have this filthy act that we did. Filthy. It was just, and in those days, filthy comedy was not, didn't have a mark. And there we were, how naive and how wonderful when you're in that age period. To just get in my newly bought Dodge Dart Pioneer
Some good
with
bras.
the tinted windows and the AM/FM radio and drive to Los Angeles on spec. On speculation, we had about $300, and we got lucky out there. We got lucky. I got lucky every time I turned around.
Well, when you went out there, you got a job at a club.
Yeah, no, what happened was this. First, we went out there and we were looking to see how we could get into show business. We knew we had this act we had written, and in the daytime we'd write stuff and learn it. It's terrible. So, we would go to places and look at other people, and we would hang around Dino's on the strip and figure Frank Sinatra might come in. We hung around the Brown Derby one night, and Rock Hudson came floating through. And, we were just using up our money. And one day we went back to the apartment, and the rest of our money had been stolen out of a sock drawer. Good hiding place, George. And we had no money. So we thought, well, gee, we hadn't counted on that. And we had vowed not to work, just to go straight into show business. We didn't want jobs, none of that bellhop stuff, none of that car hop, none of that stuff. We won't go into radio out there. But what happened was the only thing we knew was radio. And the only thing we really felt we deserved was radio. The second biggest market in the country. I mean, it was sheer lunacy to expect to just get into that market. But we went around. We went first to KFWB, number one in the market, top 40 station. And we didn't have tapes or anything. They didn't want us, So we're walking along. We see this radio station, KDAY. Right near Hollywood and Vine. It's actually Selma and Vine, in between Sunset and Vine and Hollywood and Vine. We walked in there, and that's where my star on the walk is now, out in Hollywood. I had them put it out in front of that radio station. It was kind of nice. We went in there, and they were looking for a morning comedy team. I mean, it's just all luck, You just get lucky, and you're on a roll. They were looking for guys like us. We did a tape for them. They loved us. They called us the Wright Brothers. Instead of our real names, they called us the Wright Brothers. But it did a big publicity campaign, ads in Variety, full-color ads and everything, and put us on the air. And here we are on the air about, let's see, it would only have been about 2 months after we got there. And it was just sheer madness, there we were.
That wasn't good enough for you.
No. What we did was still work on the act. We're going to work on the act because this is only a stepping stone, And now we're making about $500 a week each. That's good, and we're great. But we're practicing this act after hours. This was also a daytime station, by the way. Even though it was a 50,000 watt and it had a big signal out on the West Coast, it was a daytimer. And we went off the air at sundown, and in the studio,
Microsoft is such
we would work on these routines. We were getting serious now. And nearby, about 2 blocks away, was a coffee house. That was the way for us to get in. They were now coffee houses. It was the era of the beatniks. And coffee houses liked offbeat entertainment.
We gotta go with my cart.
And do our stuff for the owner, maybe, and get a shot. Just get a
We gotta just get up and get the fuck out of this room.
And we went over there. He liked us, and he hired us for 2 weeks. And
then we get
we're still rehearsing our act. And a guy came walking through the studio because it was an office building, and you could see the studios on your left, and there were little offices here. He was a song plugger. He was a guy who used to do PR for songwriters and stuff and record labels. And he saw us, and he used to be the road manager for Rowan and Martin. And he says, I think you guys could make it, So we gave him he became our manager. We went in this little coffee house. They held us over for 6 weeks. Lenny Bruce came in and saw us. Mort Saul came in and saw us. And based on that, Lenny Bruce, we got a contract with GAC, one of the biggest agencies in the country. They had New York offices, Chicago, and Beverly Hills offices. And we got into nightclubs where we quit radio again. We quit. We said, sorry about that. We got something to do. And we went on and began a career that worked out very well. 2 years together. We were on The Tonight Show with Jack Parr that October. We drove out of Shreveport in March. We drove out of Shreveport in March, and that October we were on NBC television at night on the biggest show for a comedian. It's just stupid, you know. But man, it can happen. It can happen.
By the way, speaking of American values, aren't we about due to start bombing some small country that only has a marginally effective air force? Seems to me like we're a couple of weeks overdue to drop high explosives on helpless civilians. People who have no argument with us whatsoever. I think we ought to be out there doing what we do best, gang, making big holes in other people's countries. I hate to be repetitious, but God, we are a warlike lot, you know? We can't stand not to be with somebody. We couldn't wait for that Cold War to be over, could we? Just couldn't wait for that Cold War to be over so we could go and play with our toys in the sand. Go play with our toys in the sand. And when we're not invading some sovereign nation or setting it on fire from the air, which is more fun, then we're usually declaring war on something here at home. Do you ever notice that? We love to do that, don't we? We love to declare war on things here in America. Anything we don't like about ourselves, we have to declare war on it. Don't do anything about it. We just declare war on it. We got a war. It's the only metaphor we have in our public discourse for solving a problem. It's called declaring a war. We got a war on poverty, the war on crime, war on litter, the war on cancer, the war on drugs. But you ever notice there's no war on homelessness, is there? Nah, no war on homelessness. You know why? There's no money in that problem. There's no money in that problem. Nobody stands. It's true. Nobody stands to get rich off of that problem. You could find a solution to homelessness where the corporate swine and the politicians could steal $2 million each. You'd see the streets of America begin to clear up pretty goddamn quick. I'll guarantee you that. I will guarantee you that. Yeah. So, I got an idea for homeless. You know what they ought to do? You know what they ought to do? Give the homeless their own magazine. Give them their own magazine. It'll make them feel better, for one thing. That's a sure sign of making it in this country. Every group in this country that makes it and arrives at a certain level has its own magazine. You have Working Mother magazine, Black Entrepreneur magazine, Hispanic Business magazine. In fact, any activity engaged in by more than 4 people in this country has got a magazine devoted to it. Skydiving, mountain climbing, snowmobiling, backpacking, bungee jumping, duck hunting, shooting someone in the asshole with a dart gun. Well, they probably have a magazine for that. I'm sure they have. I know they have a magazine. Walking. There's actually a magazine called Walking. Look, Dan, the new Walking is out. Here's a good article, putting one foot in front of the other. Give them their own magazine. Give the homeless their own magazine. You know what you call it? Better Crates and Cartons. Then when they get finished reading it, they can use it to line their clothing. That's a good, sound business solution. That's the kind of answer you get from a conservative American businessman. So, yeah, let them read it. When they get finished reading, they can use it to plug up the holes in them piano crates they all seem to like to live in. A good, sound, practical, conservative American business solution. I'll tell you what they're going to do about homelessness. First thing, change the name of it. Change the name of the condition. It's not homelessness. It's houselessness. It's houses these people need. A home is an abstract idea. A home is a setting. It's a state of mind. These people need houses, physical, tangible structures. But where are you going to put them? Where are you going to build them? Nobody wants you to build low-cost housing near their house. People don't want it near them. We got something in this country, you've heard of it, it's called NIMBY, N-I-M-B-Y. Not in my backyard. People don't want any kind of social help located anywhere near them. You try to open up a halfway house, try to open up a rehab center for drugs or alcohol, try to build a little home for some retarded people who want to work their way into the community. People say, not in my backyard. People don't want anything near them, especially if it might help somebody else. Part of the great American spirit of generosity we're always told about. Big, generous American nation. Ask an Indian about that. Ask an Indian how generous this country is. If you can find one, you gotta locate the Indian first. We've made him just a little difficult to find. Or if you need current data, select a black family at random and ask them how generous this country has been. People don't want anything near them, even if it's something they believe in, something they think society needs, like prisons. Everybody wants that, right? Everybody wants more prisons. That's the new answer to all of our problems. Lock a lot of them. up. Everybody wants more prison. They say, build more prisons! But not here. Well, why not? What's wrong? What's the problem? What's wrong with having a prison in your neighborhood? It would seem to me like it would make it a pretty crime-free area, don't you think? Do you think a lot of crackheads and muggers and pimps and hookers are going to hang around in front of a prison? Well, they ain't coming anywhere near it. What's wrong with these people? All the criminals are locked up behind the walls, and if a couple of them do break out, what do you think they're going to do? Hang around? Check real estate trends? Well, they're gone. That's the whole idea of breaking out of prison, is to get the as far away as you possibly can. Not in my backyard. People don't want anything new. Except military bases. They don't mind that, do they? No, they like that. Give them an army base. Makes them happy. Why? Jobs. Jobs. Self-interest. Even if the base is loaded with nuclear weapons, they don't give a They say, well, I'll take a little radiation if I can get a job. Working people have been f***ed over so long in this country, those are the kind of decisions they're left to make. I got just the place for low-cost housing. I have solved this problem. I know where we can build housing for the homeless. Golf courses. Perfect. Golf courses. Just what we need. Plenty of good land in nice neighborhoods. Land that is currently being wasted on a meaningless, mindless activity engaged in primarily by white, well-to-do male businessmen who use the game to get together to make deals to carve this country up a little finer among themselves. I am getting tired. Really tired. I am getting tired of these golfing in their green pants and their yellow pants and their orange pants and their precious little hats and their cute little golf carts. It is time to reclaim the golf courses from the wealthy and turn them over to the homeless. Golf is an arrogant, elitist game, and it takes up entirely too much room in this country. Too much room in this country. It is an arrogant game on its very design alone. Just the design of the game speaks of arrogance. Think of how big a golf course is. The ball is that big. What do these pin-headed pricks need with all that land? There are over 17,000 golf courses in America. They average over 150 acres apiece. That's over 3 million acres. That's 4,820 square miles. You could build 2 Rhode Islands and a Delaware for the homeless on the land currently devoted to this meaningless, mindless, arrogant, elitist, racist. There's another thing. The only black shoe you'll find in country clubs are carrying trays. And a boring game for boring people. Did you ever watch golf on television? It's like watching flies. And a mindless game. Mindless. Think of the intellect. Think of the intellect it must take to draw pleasure from this activity. Hitting a ball with a crooked stick. And then walking after it. And then hitting it again. I say, pick it up, asshole. You're lucky you found the thing. What are you talking and go the home? Go the home. You're a winner. No chance of that happening. Dorco in the plaid knickers is going to hit it again and walk some more. Let these rich play miniature golf. Let them put a windmill for an hour and a half or so. See if there's any real skill among them. I know there are some people who play golf who don't consider themselves rich. F*** 'em. And shame on them for engaging in an arrogant, elitist pastime. Hey, here's another place we could put some low-cost housing. Cemeteries. There's another idea whose time has passed. Saving all the dead people in one part of town? What the hell kind of a superstitious, religious, medieval bullshit idea is that? Plow these up, plow them into the streams and rivers of America. We need that phosphorus for farming. If we're going to recycle, let's get serious.
Thank you guys so much for watching. I made this video because H. Goodfella asked me to. So if there's a famous entrepreneur that you want me to profile next, leave it down in the comments below and I'll see what I can do. I also love to know what of George Carlin said has the biggest impact on you and what.
To stay up my screen.
Uh-oh. You guys are in trouble.
What is up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. It's Jasper and Dylan here, and today's video we're talking about the CWLB, or the Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit, and specifically around the concerns or the benefit that is paying $1,200 pre-tax to workers that are eligible and qualifying for that benefit, and critiques or the benefit are saying that this amount doesn't even cover food or rent on a monthly basis. So in today's video, we're going to touch those concerns or those media headlines, and we're going to talk about Saskatchewan being the only province not eligible for the CWLB benefit. So if you like this kind of content, help me out by smashing that like button right down below. And if you're new to the channel, consider subscribing right down below. Now, let's start off today's video by taking a look at the first article coming directly from Ontario that mentions to pay rent or buy food, workers face gut-wrenching choice in new lockdown restrictions. So this fitness instructor covered right in this image argues that it is stressful not knowing what's ahead. Vendel had been able to count on $500 a week in financial aid from the federal government through the CERB. However, as Ontario shuts down gyms again to help cut the spread of the new variant, Vandal worries that the CERB's replacement, the CWLB or the Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit, will not be enough to cover his basic living expenses, as you guys can see over here. So over here it mentions that for workers who have lost at least 50% of their income because of the lockdown, the CWLB pays $300 a week, which after tax is $270 a week. So that is, and specifically around the concerns or the benefit that is paying $1,200 pre-tax to workers that are eligible and qualifying for that benefit, and critiques or the benefit are saying that this amount doesn't even cover food or rent on a monthly basis. So in today's video, we're going to touch those concerns or those media headlines, and we're going to talk about Saskatchewan being the only province not eligible for the CWLB benefit. So if you like this kind of content, help me out by smashing that like button right down below. And if you're new to the channel, consider subscribing right down below. Now, let's start off today's video by taking a look at the first article coming directly from Ontario that mentions to pay rent or buy food, workers face gut-wrenching choice in new lockdown restrictions. So this fitness instructor covered right in this image argues that it is stressful not knowing what's ahead. Vendel had been able to count on $500 a week in financial aid from the federal government through the CERB. However, as Ontario shuts down gyms again to help cut the spread of the new variant, Vandal worries that the CERB's replacement, the CWLB or the Canada Worker Lockdown Benefit, will not be enough to cover his basic living expenses, as you guys can see over here. So over here it mentions that for workers who have lost at least 50% of their income because of the lockdown, the CWLB pays $300 a week, which after tax is $270 a week. So he basically argues that in downtown Toronto, $270 a week is basically nothing, and is not even able to cover for basic necessities such as rent or food. And I would argue that is not only in downtown Toronto, that is also in every Canadian city, that $270 a week is not even enough to cover basic living expenses such as buying food or paying rent. Now, in terms of the federal government's response to these concerns raised by most Canadian citizens, we can see right over here that a spokesperson for the federal finance minister, Chrystia Freeland, argued that the federal government aid has given Canada a stronger economic recovery from the C-19 than any other countries, particularly in the US. Now, still, given the extremely unpredictable nature of the new variant, spokesperson Adrienne said that changing the aid programs is something that the government won't rule out. However, the government will continue to help Canadians through the pandemic and reevaluate the support for people and businesses to meet the circumstances of the evolving public health situation. So this is the most recent public announcement from the federal government trying to address those concerns raised by most Canadians of the CWLB being not enough to even cover basic necessities. Now, that is not the only headline coming out of Toronto, since, as you guys can see on your screen, it mentioned that this lockdown could be catastrophic for some Toronto renters. Now, we're going to quickly skip through all of this information since we basically know the gist of it. However, right over here it mentions that it comes down to simple math. The CWLB offers $1,200 per month before tax, but the average rent for a one-bedroom apartment in Toronto will now cost you an average of $1,850. Then there are bills and the cost to feed oneself and any other dependents. And let's not forget the price of groceries, which is only rising across the country. So while $270 a week may just barely pay the bills in spots like Regina or St. John's, where the average price of a one-bedroom rental is around $890 to $860 respectively, this amount doesn't even cut it for Toronto residents with rents and other bills to pay. This is what Toronto residents have to argue with the CWLB benefit. Now, the next headline is similar to the situation of a lot of you guys, since I've been reading your comments in my most recent videos. That mentions that about 1,000 workers have been laid off since March of 2020 during the heights of the pandemic, and they don't qualify, unfortunately, for either the EI, the CERB, or the new CWLB. So let's take a look. Employees of Caesars Windsor rallied outside a member of Parliament's office on Thursday, calling for more government support for laid-off workers. So right over here, Caesar Windsor announced that earlier this week it would temporarily close its doors due to provincial C-19 lockdowns, and that closure went into effect on Wednesday, and the casino said it would last at least till January 26th of 2022. Now, right over here basically summarizes the situation of a lot of you guys that mentions the new lockdown benefit only benefits people that have been affected by these new capacity limiting restrictions since December 19th of 2021. So we have a ton of workers at Caesars that can't find employment because people won't hire them because they know that when they get the opportunity to go back to the casino, they're going to go. So those workers don't fall under the benefit, whether that's the CWLB, the employment insurance, or the previous CERB. Finally, taking a look at the last headline for today's video, and this is from CBC News that mentions missing federal lockdown assistance of Saskatchewan government failing their citizens. So without gathering restrictions, Saskatchewan workers are definitely ineligible for the CWLB. So taking a look right over here, Saskatchewan remains the only province or territory ineligible for the CWLB, cutting off workers still affected from reduced work hours or struggling businesses from the financial aid. So we already know that the CWLB pays $270 each and every week for affected and eligible workers. However, they argue that throughout this entire pandemic, our provincial government hasn't stepped up in any real way for working people, and some workers also may not have paid sick time leave, and she worries that they will continue to show up to work with an illness because they just can't afford not to go to work and earn any type of money. So just a quick refresher to see what are the eligible regional lockdown regions based on the CRA's website. We have Alberta, British Columbia, Manitoba, New Brunswick, Newfoundland and Labrador, Northwestern Territories. Now this is new, mostly all of the regions in Northwestern Territories, Nova Scotia, Nunavut, Ontario, Prince Edward Island, Quebec, Yukon, and then definitely some particular territories within Quebec and Northwestern Territories. So that was it for today's video. Hopefully you found value in the information that I shared with you guys today. And if you guys did and you have not by now, make sure to smash that like button.
Yeah, baby.
A man can't go out the way he came in. A man has got to add up to something. In our previous series on Carl Jung and the man-child, we looked at why the phenomenon of the man-child is so prevalent in our times. We argued that due to the demise of the traditional family and an absence of rites of initiation, many boys lack male role models to show them the way to manhood, and so they are emerging into adulthood stuck in what the authors Robert Moore and Douglas Gillette called boy psychology. In this series, we are going to provide a guide for how to outgrow boy psychology and attain manhood. To do this, we are going to look away from contemporary Western culture, which is overwhelmed by ideas which view masculinity as toxic, and approach the topic of manhood from an anthropological point of view. Drawing from David Gilmour's classic book, Manhood in the Making, we will examine what differing cultures across the world have thought regarding the question, what does it mean to be a man? The purpose of this examination will be to isolate the traits, virtues, and attitudes essential to manhood, thereby creating a map of manhood we can use to outgrow our boy psychology and achieve the benefits which, cross-culturally, are the prerogative of the potent man. In the present crisis of masculinity, we do not need, as some feminists are saying, less masculine power. We need more, but we need more of the mature masculine. We need more man psychology. We need to develop a sense of calmness about masculine power so we don't have to act out dominating, disempowering behavior toward others. To begin, we must differentiate between biological maleness and manhood. Practically all cultures across the world acknowledge that a man is a biological male by virtue of being born with male reproductive organs. Manhood, on the other hand, is not defined by the presence of physical characteristics alone. It must be achieved. The Aboriginal Fox tribe of Iowa call the attainment of manhood the big impossible, which only the masterful few can attain. Unlike biological sex, manhood is not a given but a prize to be won. As the 20th century American author Norman Mailer wrote, "Nobody was born a man. You earned manhood provided you were good enough, bold enough." Or as David Gilmour explains, there is a constantly recurring notion that real manhood is different from anatomical maleness, that it is not a natural condition that comes about spontaneously through biological maturation, but rather is a precarious or artificial state that boys must win against powerful odds. This recurrent notion that manhood is problematic is found among the simplest hunters and fishermen, among peasants and sophisticated urban people. It is found in all continents and environments. To understand why it is almost universally accepted that real men are made, not born, we must investigate what cross-culturally is considered the greatest threat to manhood: psychological regression. In contrast to other animals who emerge into this world with a certain degree of autonomy, the first year of a human's life is spent in a prolonged state of dependence on the mother. Just as a fetus is contained physically in the mother prior to birth, in the first year of life, the infant can be said to be contained psychologically in the mother. From the perspective of the infant, the mother appears symbolically as the great mother. She is the child's world and the provider of love, security, warmth, protection, and the all-nourishing breast. After the first year of life, the child enters the stage which Margaret Mailer called separation individuation. The infant's growing awareness of itself as separate from the mother, coupled with an increase in physical mobility, marks the stage at which the child is expected to develop its autonomy and self-identity. While both girls and boys experience the growing pains associated with this stage of development, it is a stage which can prove especially difficult for boys. For while the girl's prior psychological immersion in the mother serves to promote her feminine identity, the boy, to achieve a masculine identity, must rescind his identification with the mother in the feminine world in order to enter the world of men. The special problem the boy faces at this point is in overcoming the previous sense of unity with the mother in order to achieve an independent identity defined by his culture as masculine. The girl does not experience this problem as acutely, according to this theory, because her femininity is reinforced by her original symbiotic unity with her mother, by the identification with her that precedes self-identity and that culminates with her own motherhood. In most societies, the little boy's sense of self as independent must include a sense of self as different from his mother, as separate from her both in ego identity and in social role. Thus, for the boy, the task of separation and individuation carries an added burden and peril. Throughout history, rites of initiation have assisted boys in the process of separation individuation. Through trials and tests overseen by male elders, the boy dies and is reborn a man. Femininity unfolds naturally, whereas masculinity must be achieved. And here is where the male ritual cult steps in. But in the modern West, adequate male role models capable of initiating a boy into manhood are few and far between. Many men are emerging into adulthood without having left the psychological womb of the mother. As a result of not being taught how to embrace struggle, become self-reliant, and engage in the ceaseless enterprise which cross-culturally is expected of the potent man, many men are consumed by lethargy, the desire to evade reality, and escape danger by seeking solace at the mother's side. They are succumbing to what Thomas Gregor in his study of the Mehunaku tribe of Brazil referred to as the desire to take the path back to fusion with the mother and the pleasures of infancy. Or in other words, they are consumed by what Carl Jung called the spirit of regression, who threatens us with bondage to the mother and with dissolution and extinction in the unconscious. In succumbing to the spirit of regression, we adopt lifestyles antithetical to manhood. One such lifestyle which Jung repeatedly warned of is what in mythological terms is referred to as the incestuous marriage to the mother. whereby one remains in the psychological womb of the mother well into old age. If this situation is dramatized, then there appears before you on the psychological stage a man living regressively, seeking his childhood and his mother, fleeing from a cold, cruel world which denies him understanding. Often a mother appears beside him who apparently shows not the slightest concern that her little son should become a man, but who, with tireless and self-immolating effort, neglects nothing that might hinder him from growing up and marrying. You behold the secret conspiracy between mother and son, and how each helps the other to betray life. Others consumed by the spirit of regression may break free from the psychological womb of the mother, only to adopt the lifestyle of Peer Gynt, which the psychologist Rollo May called the myth of males in the 20th century. Peer Gynt is the myth, that is, the life pattern, of a man characterized by two desires. One desires to be admired by women, and the other desires to be taken care of by the same women. The first desire leads to machismo behavior. A braggart, he swaggers and is grandiose. But all of this apparent power is in the service of pleasing the woman, the figurative queen, in order that the second desire be satisfied. These two desires are contradictory. The woman is the one who holds the final judgment and, correspondingly, the power over him. No matter how much he appears to be the swaggering master with his various women, he is in reality a slave serving the queen. His self-esteem and his self-image depend upon her smile, her approval. The spirit of regression can also lead to the adoption of harmful lifestyles not centered around psychological dependence on a woman. As Eric Neumann argues in his book, The Fear of the Feminine, world weariness, neurotic sickness, or the placid acceptance of the commonplace in the attempt to avoid struggle, can all signify that the spirit of regression is active in our mind. Regressions of this sort give rise not only to typical anxiety neuroses and phobias, but also, and especially, to addictions and, if the ego is extensively destroyed, to psychoses. To break free from the spirit of regression and move towards manhood, we need to cultivate a heroic attitude. This attitude has been expressed in countless myths, one of the most notable being the dramatic tale of Tannhäuser and Venus. In this myth, the knight Tannhäuser is approached by the beautiful goddess Venus, who asks him to join her on the mountain Venusberg, where she promises his every desire will be satisfied by her and her attendants, the naiads and sirens. Tannhäuser accepts her offer and remains in this paradisal feminine world for a year, but soon he grows weary and is overcome by an intense moral conflict. Should he remain on Venusberg where his every wish and desire for pleasure is fulfilled, or should he renounce this passive independent life and once again embrace meaningful struggle in the world? After agonizing deliberation, Tannhäuser decides to leave Venusberg. I must return to the world of men. I stand prepared for battle, even for death and nothingness. Commenting on this myth, David Gilmour writes, "The knight has mastered the most primitive of the demands of the pleasure principle, the temptation to drown in the arms of an omnipotent woman, to withdraw into a puerile cocoon of pleasure and safety." In the next video in this series, we are going to examine in more detail what the heroic attitude entails and how we can cultivate it to escape psychological regression. By exploring how cultures across the world conceive manhood, we will construct a map of heroic manhood we can use in our quest to mature beyond the limiting confines of boy psychology. As we do, we will also learn why the claim that masculinity is toxic is not only misguided but dangerous. For manhood is not a tool of oppression. It is rather a cultural construct intended to promote the psychological development of boys into men capable of supporting the security and prosperity of a society. When the ideals of manhood are lost or distorted, a society becomes prone to dissolution at the hands of internal and external threats. As the often quoted saying by Michael Hopp puts it, "Weak men create hard times." Or as David Gilmour summarizes, "Real men are expected to tame nature in order to recreate and bolster the basic kinship units of their society. That is, to reinvent and perpetuate the social order by will, to create something of value from nothing. Manhood is a kind of male procreation. Its heroic quality lies in its self-direction and discipline. Its absolute self-reliance, in a word, its agential autonomy."
I concur.
Jackie. Jackie boy. I have to pry my face so much now. This did not used to take so long. Because of age, but I guess I fucking don't understand what the fuck makeup is anymore. You okay, Pooh? What does this look like? Really? Looks like I have a unibrow. You okay? Okay. You okay, Pooh boy? Oh, your belly's all full and you need to go out. Yeah. My baby. Well, that's good. This can go here. Yes. Ow. Oh my goodness. What is going on here? Okay, we're gonna fucking restart this shit.